resonant frequency of the Earth is 432 hertz, and all music was written and played in 432, but it was changed in World War II by Himmler, I believe. It was behind it, and they changed it all to 440. So it's not in tune.
That's right. Yes,
with us and with nature and the Earth and all that. It's out of tune now.
And so the picture I have up right now is one of Walter Russell's, and it's showing the octave scale and how the octave scale goes through chemistry, creation, through geometry, through sound, through light, and through color.
But I mean, it's always been one of those things I've never really focused on whenever I tried learning piano, like the black keys, why are they there? When you play them, they just seem like they just make you feel a certain way instantaneously. It's like a lot of things. It just that kind of connection, that kind of vibe, or whatever it projects, that you get it immediately in that speed.
With the black keys, it sounds like it's the ether more. It's a background subconscious sound or frequency. Like to do with dreams and the other realms, which is interesting because when you listen to music today, especially like the pop music. It's got a very heavy backbeat, right? We put you in a certain state where you're accepting with the backbeat, and then they sing all their lyrics into your mind, which is how they program you.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Ooh, so that's like if you're resonating with the right harmony, you're getting like up in consciousness or in dreamland. If you're resonating with the dark hole, you're getting sucked back down to like the upside down. No, thank you, Stranger Things.
If I'm doing certain sounds. Sometimes, like if I'm doing like breathing sounds or sounds with my throat, it depends. But some of those frequencies do calm me down, and a lot of those frequencies can be used to trigger people to feel, anxiety as well. And I think that happens a lot, and it's open to conspiracy and to interpretation on how people use those frequencies to really put people at a state of vulnerability. Because music's very powerful in that kind of way that can. Shape even the most strongest of minds.
Yeah, it's subliminal. And also, it's the way I see it too is it's been used all throughout history. If you even goes back to the biblical times, when they crumbled the walls of Jericho, they used a certain tone and frequency as trumpets. a weapon, right? And we're doing it again today. We're coming up with ultrasonic weapons.
Vibrations is important. It's what makes people feel a certain way. It's what makes people, it could be used as a, they have specific things that can alter your mood based upon frequency. So, I mean, it's good to understand different aspects of sound, the very thing that everybody seems to be comfortable with when they hear something called music.
Yeah, that's a good thing. You don't be out of tune.
Think about that. Sound.
Ooh, and just like that, it cuts out and we are live. How is the sound? Can you hear me? Speaking of sound and the science of sound, we're going to be doing episode 8 with myself and Ominous, of course, and the usual suspects coming up here this May in the next 2 weeks, I believe. And today, welcome. It is one epic episode that I do have lined up. I've gotten a lot of source materials right now. We're looking at a giant Olmec head. And, we got some Easter Island as well as some of the Easter Island Rongo, as well as these are the Göbekli Tepe. And the Atlantean lady, I believe in Spain in the Basque region. And then found a few of them, right? Here's another one. You know, not just one. Then you got the good old key rings. Right, there's that. And then this, I believe, is a Greek or Phoenician. The Phoenicians are another interesting group we're going to be going into today, and I've got several hours of videos lined up, actually, where we will be going all the way into the Phoenician alphabet, language, and how all of the phonetic languages connect together. And it's actually tied into the Burrows caves, the different artifacts of the different tablet sites and the different golden tablets of America. Grand risings, mindful exposures. Sarah, good day, sister. Blessings to everybody joining in, wherever you are, whenever it is that you catch this. Paul, good day. Stuart, Metal Sheep. Aaron, of course. Corbett, brother, hope you're good. 23 So Power. Mike, Gematria 3. You've been following me for 3 full years now, since the beginning. Who else we got here? Evil Fandango. Good to see you today. And then let's see. We also have me, BurnCron Exports on Facebook. Oh, myself, BurnEye, also on Facebook. Oh, and then BurnEye. There I am again, but that's on Twitch. Oh, and then we Crypto Alchemist, of course, on YouTube. And BurnEye, Minds Third Eye, ScienceGuy, also on YouTube. Good day, Gold Coast lady. Good evening, sister on the Gold Coast. And shout out JJ Organics down in Florida. Silent 45 Auto. Welcome. And I think I got everybody. We're at the top. We got the Streamyard all the way down. Okay. Christy. Shillery Shilton. How you doing? Ooh, Justified and Ancient, the program. Joni Rotten and the Meaning of Life, Pinch. Metal Sheep. I think I got everybody. All right. Kill Blackadar. I don't know. All right. So here we have some polygonal rock shapes. Very fascinating stuff. This is a depiction of a tablet from the Americas. This right here, this is from the Crespi collection, Father Crespi down in Ecuador, of course. And that's what we're going to be going into with the Burrows caves, with the Brewer cave, and the Crespi collection. That's the 3 main focuses of today's stream, and then the linguistics, getting into it. It's fascinating stuff. This one also in the Crespi collection, coming out of Ecuador. Here we have this pyramid with what looks like Proto-Greek, Proto-Etruscan, and Phoenician almost. It's not, well, maybe. And the sun on the top with the elephant in Ecuador. Like they're either traveling from Africa, from Asia, or when Europe or North America, South America had the mastodon and the woolly mammoth. One or the other. Yes, great day. Stephen Broman, Strike Fights gives you a shout out from Atlanta. Welcome. Atlanta. Shout out from Atlanta. All right. Shout out to Atlanta, dog. We got Atlanta in the house. We're representing. We got the A's up in here. All right. I definitely need to man my festival to Burning Man or to Shambhala or some music festivals soon. Yeah, up all night. I wanted to get this done hours ago. what is the Eris cult? I am not sure. Bree Sunshine, good morning. Hunter, welcome everybody. So, what do you think of the Crespi collection? Father Crespi, he was a Jesuit priest, but he was one that obviously did not molest the local population, and instead he gave his life to trying to better their lives, and in return the locals brought him all sorts of artifacts. This is somewhere in Mesopotamia, aka the Middle East, Eastern Europe, maybe, possibly, or North Africa. Actually, it could be like Iberian, actually. It might be Iberian, to be honest. The Illuminati card deck, that's epic. I hear Campbell made it this year, and Rex, of course, has been on there for a while. Probably Zertus will be next. Have they done a Stellium yet? Who knows? It's funny. The day I make Illuminati card deck. So the most important thing, though, right here that let's see if almost. Does that work? Come on. There we go. Okay, so the background here that we have, there we go. Now you can see it better. Is the Grand Canyon Pyramid Complex. It was 12:12, right as I said that. All right, we're 12 minutes, 12 seconds in, and I'm bringing up Solomon's Temple. Yes, in the Grand Canyon Complex, there is Solomon's Temple. And I believe also Solomon's gold mines, Solomon's mines must also be here. Directly, let's see, right there, you can see right where the mouse is, it says Ottoman Amphitheater. And around here, there's also, can I see the words? Too blurry. Temple of Apollo, Temple of Jupiter, Isis Temple, Temple of Ra. I'm missing a good 30 of them still at least. But all these insanely sacred temple names and seafaring empires all having their own little pyramid. And to top that off, so this is the map that actually has the names of all of these places on here. And you can see right to the left, Grand Canyon Village. It's above, right? And it's like, they're kind of mocking that actually there's this giant city below, but you're not allowed to go there. And when my good friend Rex, Bear over at Leak Project, he drove up to this supposed Grand Canyon Village. He took his drone over here. They crashed it down, broke his drone, and then all of a sudden he's got his camera out trying to film it, or his cell phone trying to film it, and an Apache helicopter comes up and chases them off. Yes, you're not allowed down or to know that Solomon's Temple is down here. And just in case you don't believe me that Isis Temple here, all of these places, the entrances all along the rivers. And by the way, this is geopolymer, shout out Paul Cooks, red sandstone, but actually geopolymer man-made layering and built layers. So it actually fits into his blueprints. Once again, Isis Temple, with the curved walls, angles at 90 degrees. And in the original here, you can see the giant gaping open entrance into Isis temple, kind of like the Pyramid of Giza in Egypt had it blown open. It looked like the same. And then all of a sudden, even though nobody's allowed to actually go hiking down there, they decided that they had to come in and, well, build a wall and close that giant gaping entrance into Isis temple. Why were the resources spent to do that? And so here's the full map. I will try to get the actual name of it and a higher def to zoom into to get higher resolution of the names to go through it more intensely. And then I love always showing this, the topographical map of this area. Topographical map being the highest to lowest points throughout this Grand Canyon Pyramid Complex megacity, and that each of the top peaks just so happens to align with where these temple names are also each star in the entire Orion constellation, as well as the other major stars in the sky around it as well. And here's another topographical map also highlighting the same situation here, but just the main the main stars within the Orion constellation, not just the belt, not just the 3 stars, but in fact the entire constellation throughout there. And why are we not allowed to go in here, right? And just in case that wasn't enough, like, oh no, it's just pareidolia. Nature just makes as above, so below, that everything just perfectly aligns. Well, no, then again, all the cities, and shout out to Michelle Gibson, this is the Orion Zone work, but we've discussed it a few times in past interviews, that all the cities in Arizona and the Four Corner area also does this same alignments. And yeah, it's pretty crazy things. So we are 18 minutes in. I hope everybody is having a wonderful, wonderful day. Back to some pictures. This looks like Phoenician, to tell you the truth. This looks like a Phoenician tablet. Could be wrong, could be Celtic. But the videos we have lined up, that could be Etruscan or Iberian. The same with that. And were they giants with some sort of technology, these pyramid people? And the pyramid people with the long skulls, the big hats, the long skulls, and the giantness. Why is it? Why do they have that? And why are there sad-looking animal people too? This is different sides of the world, I believe. Or is that the same? Well, maybe it's the same. I do think this is the Crespi collection, and it looks like what are 2 Bronchiosauruses or dragon dinosaurs, something or others. Goats and weird jackal-y things. So that would have been from Ecuador, the Crespi collection. This right here is from Sumeria about 6,300 years ago. Is it the woman's purse just to knock knock the drunk barbarian out? I don't know. Here's another one. Or did they just flash freeze to stone? I don't know. But these 6,000-year-old purses kind of look like what you'd see a lovely lady carrying around today. Just a little bit more utility than being pure rock. 2020 in. And speaking of pure rock, back to the Olmec mega heads. They're giant. They're throughout all of Mesoamerica, Mexico, through Honduras, through Guatemala, all the way to the Yucatan Peninsula, and down into Bolivia, I do believe. Definitely Brazil as well. And Mega Mayan Olmecs buried, just buried. Look at these things. Okay. And this guy, I believe, is in Taiwan, maybe? Could be. Somewhere in Asia, maybe Vietnam. Now we're going back to, yes, this is in Mexico. Another Olmec. Yeah, little guy. His happy time. Sitting next to Giant. Angry giant guy with helmet. Looks like Space Warrior, yes, with cowboy. But I assure you, these pictures are in fact real. None of these are AI. Let's see the comments. There we go. Hello, hello. Those are awesome, right? And they blew this dude up. This is somewhere, I believe, in Guatemala or Mexico, one or the other. And they blew this guy up, right? And I'm starting to wonder, is it petrified giants? Like, it could have been, and they look like space giants, to be honest, or like high-tech dudes, high-tech warrior guys. They at least, some of the pictures I'm going to have showing up here, you're going to see it looks like they all have powered lights and like, so lots of them with these respiratory spacesuits or aqua suits or something. It's pretty intense. Let us continue on down this adventure. And boom, right here, the Michigan tablets. This is Sumerian. Yeah, we got some. And this also looks like the Jesuit symbol. Shout out Shem. And shout out Black Slate Soper Collection. Boom. Like, it looks pretty Sumerian Egyptian stories interacting with the indigenous. You know, like mixture of Sumerian, Proto, yeah, and then Phoenician almost, and runic language. Fascinating stuff. Definitely marking the trading of and more Sumerian, but that's also very close to the Jesuit symbol. Again, what looks like possible Phoenician. What do we have here? That's bigger than a Komodo dragon, and that ain't no frickin' pup. Sorry. That is something coming at, and it's like, what, Illuminati confirmed? Do we have the Illuminati? So this is a solar cycle. Look at where the moon is, where the sun is, what phase of the astrological cycle we're in, right? So these are all solar markings, the dates, astrological dates. That's what's very crucial aspect of these reactions here. And this right here, Father Crespi himself holding a golden tablet, and look at this Atlantean language, pictographic Atlantean language from before the catastrophes. All right. Sounds good, my fellow Calgarian Tartarian. Targaryen. Yeah. Right, but can anybody like what? This is what AI needs to start inputting and looking into, and these are the golden tablets, the golden halls, just like the sleeping prophet Edgar Casey was predicting. And so here's some more of these runic languages. This guy, boom, that's as Sumerian Babylonian as you can get. And, well, that was in Father Crespi's collection. And for those that don't know, Father Crespi's collection itself was later, it was a Neil Armstrong or Buzz Aldrin, one or the other, partook with the official Smithsonian Institution and the Ecuadorian Army. They went into Teococo Cave or Teococo Cave, one or the other there, and they had to call off the live satellite feed TV. I think it was in the 80s. It must have been in the 80s or something. Maybe even early 90s. I'm not sure. But yeah, a whole like 20 or 30 guys got wiped out of like the actual army in the caves because they had like these ambush things that yeah, just wiped out a whole bunch of them. So they just didn't really mess with it. But you see the pictures of them standing and like going into them, and it's just these megalithic, huge cave constructions, just nutty in size. I'll have to find that video for the next episode, and that is exactly where this guy came from. And what else do we have? Also, this is a golden tablet here, also from the Crespi collection. Quite fascinating. Another golden tablet of Crespi, as well as a golden piece of art. This was also gold, just a black and white photo of it, of a Crespi collection. What is this language? And in a magic square style, too. That's fascinating. And this guy, the Atlantean priest, also of the Crespi collection. Is this an Oriental language? What is this golden snake staff? The robes. You got this decked out Pope hat. And it is completely gold. And just wow. And this is the floor of that Pope hat, dude, right there. And all of that symbol looks like almost Phoenician language. Back to the Michigan tablets. Depicting a war scene, obviously. Okay, Michigan tablet, and what is that? That looks kind of like a cathedral or Moorish architecture or something that we would have called like that. Cathedral like something, and this is the Michigan tablets. So they were discovered. Yeah, this is starting to depict advanced building and archaeology in Americas at a much earlier time frame. War or something, catastrophe, castles in America, and the Black Slate Electric Housing Collection. Some more Sumerian. This guy's at war with this guy. They look like they're both Egyptian or something. But it kind of looks like indigenous versus foreign invaders. Someone died. We got a palace. Some other palaces. This looks like Xerxes with wings. I don't know. Fascinating stuff. Is that Phoenician again and Sumerian? Very, very, very fascinating stuff, my friends. Is it not? I think so. I think we have so much evidence of cross-ocean travels, exchanges, and American inhabitation throughout all of history and habitation. And this just gives even more documentation of what looks like giants. Looks like we got giants. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Well, you've seen it in the tablets. And this is another Father Crespi one again. Is that like a giraffe and an elephant? Kangaroo? That's a kangaroo on top of an igloo. Like, who are these people? Found in Ecuador in the 1900s. Given to the Jesuit priests. Look at these guys. These are all part of these golden tablets. Like, who are in these Pope hats? In gold. With these lost Atlantean languages. All right, and this is also the Crespi collection. Does this guy have his face eaten by this crazy giant? I don't know. That sketches me out. Once again, Babylonian Sumerian golden artifact of the Crespi collection. This, I believe, is somewhere in Egypt or Babylon or Iberia. Maybe Iberia. Giants and shit and wars and kings and... Look again, small people, giant people, demigods and, regular sizes. And we have, once again, the Crespi pyramids. This one has always creeped me the fuck out because that dude looks like the devil. This was also in the Crespi collection. That's just weird. Maybe he was an Atlantean. Had horns, I don't know. And then this also Crespi collection, gold tablet. Did he kill himself a Sasquatch? I don't know. Was that a Sasquatch? Is that a Neanderthal? I think. You guys tell me what you think. It is creepy, isn't it? Oh, what is this language? And then this giant golden guitar. Like, how did the indigenous people living out in the jungle magically make a giant golden guitar? Oh, wait, they didn't. they got it from in the caves. Also, these giant gold things. Black and white image of it. Back to the Olmec. Same area. Father Crespi collection right here. Pretty frickin' Egyptian and Babylonian Sumerian. Story of Creation by... Oh my goodness. Why can't I think of it? Nimrod, I believe. Sumerian warrior hat. That looks like technology. Like, yeah, you're a giant. These be your slaves. Those are literally his slaves. And he is a giant. More of this Father Crespi golden tablet archive language. This high pictographic language on golden sheets. And this is the Klaus Dana black light, also found in Ecuador pyramid Oopart. More of the Father Crespi golden tablets, some starting to be deciphered there. All right, 38 minutes in, and we got 66 people watching total. We are live on 3 different Facebooks, 3 different Twitters, a Twitch, Rumble, 2 YouTubes, and OdySee. There we go. Yeah, that's a lot, isn't it? It's a lot to set these streams up. It's a lot of work. I love you all. I hope everybody's enjoying the stream today. And my internet looks like it almost just cut out, so that's not good. Welcome, sister. How are you? Hope you're doing good in the land down under. Or far, far away, depending on how you like to say. Where Australia be keeping? How is just me? Also getting a blue wrench right now. Welcome. Anybody else? Curtis Mullen, yes. And you put up Mooneye, or the dudes from Easter Island, and I got pics of them too. Gonna be good looking at more Olmec and Mooneye out in Easter Island. My voice is ranty. It's 6:45 a.m. The sun is coming up now. Dag Nabs Flat. John Burt. Good day. Stephanie Martin. Good day. Mr. Spliffy, good day. I need to go have myself a Mr. Spliffy. So, Lady J Homestead, hello, Mares, everybody in the live chat, welcome all. And what do you want to see as the teaser? Well, I go out. Oh yes, no, I know. I have a pre-planned game plan. What am I talking about? So you go like that, and then you load up your Twitter because you know what you're doing, and then you have it open on Twitter. And shout out to Vlad9VT, and this is a collection of a lot of the Burroughs Cave artifacts. And we can add a little bit of music in. Ooh, we got music going. And yeah, this is all found in Illinois. And on that note, I'll be back in a few. Man, they call that one night. Like, are they trying to put you to sleep and kill you? Like, alright, let's give Rock a little try and we'll be right back and ready to go in 5 minutes. Has the music driving you crazy yet? Hopefully not. Sorry about that. I was just kind of testing it out and at the same time making sure I didn't really get any copyright strikes while playing that video there. Oh my gosh, I missed 211 comments. What a horrible, horrible host I am right now. I am sorry. Shout out to Pineal Power Podcast, Norman Keenan, Jeremy Sherman, Curtis Mullen, Simulaker, John Burt. There's Jeremy. Gold Coast Lady, of course, Curtis Mullen, and everybody I have missed, of course. Stuart, yeah, Melissa Crocker. Let's move on with it, but look at all of these. It's fascinating, and it's so much Sumerian. Shout out Marcel Ploger in the Netherlands, is it, brother? Joining us from Facebook. Mud Chat, Aaron Corbett, Sue Spectacular. Well, actually, how about would everybody like to put in the live chat where you are joining in from and what the time zone is? I would just a poll so I can know where from around the around this realm you're from. So Marcel Ploger is in the Netherlands. Curtis, good. Bazwaz. All right. So enough of looking at my fat head. Back to the artifacts. So this is the Illinois cave of the and Gold Coast Lady 11:22 p.m. Old or Queensland, Australia. LOL. I'm always watching. Western Australia 9:23 p.m. Baz, London, BST, S, 1425, Sheffield, UK, John Burt, 1123, Melbourne, Australian. There's some synchronicities in that. New Zealand, and it's 1:23 a.m. All right. NM, USA Mountain. So New Mexico and mountains, so that's 7:24 a.m. and that's where I am right now. Stuart, then there's the blunderbuss. Okay. We have Sarah, Mindful Exposure, 6:20 a.m. PST, Oregon. John Burt is 11:23 p.m. Shit, I'm in social. Oh dear. Okay, Mango, South Florida. Dope. Shout out to the mangoes, coconuts, and oranges of Florida. The Dust Devil 1323, Iceland. The synchronicity of the ones, the threes, and the twos there was just crazy. Jeremy Sherman, what? Bree Sunshine, Canterbury. Cedar Bray. Hilarious. Danish is simple. Drink, say red god meant flame. All right. Enough of me droning. When it's time for everybody's morning or night, depending if you're in Australia or in Canada or somewhere in between. One heck of a linguistics lesson coming right up. And so for that video was only half over. Vlad9VT YouTube channel. What the? Here we go. That was weird. Twitter thing. Sorry, too many tabs. Here we go. All right. Illinois caves. Also, bro. Cave. Flat. 9. BT. Kaboom. There it is in the live chat. All right. Here finally is the link for the fill video. I played about a half hour of it there. The full video is just over an hour with a whole lot more artifacts to go. And next up we have, we just got to share Bernie's Twitter #2, and it's ridiculous. I'm live on 3 different Twitter accounts right now and 3 different Facebooks, 2 YouTubes. I need to get my 3rd YouTube back then, it only makes sense. On Twitch, as well as Rumble and OdySee. But this right here, Crypto Alchemist, Bernard Conkin YouTube. Oh yeah, see, look, there we are. We're live right now. Oh, it's Inception stream. No, it's not. That's what we just watched. No, that's what we're gonna watch after. But first, we're taking one heck of a dive down Etruscan ancient languages, Phoenicians, and so much more.
Hello, I am Paul Schifranke, Senior Linguist of Ptolemy Productions. In this video, I will be presenting to you the different alphabets and languages that were prevalent among the Italic people and the Iberic people. We'll be starting by looking at some inscriptions
As did
from the Roman Forum,
same with,
and into some Etruscan inscriptions. And also, finally, an inscription from the famous Illinois tomb. Part 1, Ancient Alphabets.
Right there.
In this segment, I will be showing you
it's Tuesday.
how the alphabets of the Western Mediterranean originated from the Phoenician alphabet, how they developed into the Greek forms of the alphabet, then the Italic forms of the alphabet, and then finally into the Iberic forms of the alphabet. Let us now take a look at the alphabetic chart. Our first table here shows how the Phoenician alphabet developed into the different forms of the Greek alphabet, Archaic Greek. Our first column to the left shows the English Latin transliteration.
This actually blew my mind when I watched it.
Next column, Moabite stone, shows a Phoenician type of the alphabet as it first came about in the Middle Eastern area. The origin of the Phoenician alphabet is still unknown to this day, but all the other nations in the Mediterranean that adapted the alphabet clearly show a resemblance to the original Phoenician alphabet. Next column here is from Abu Simbel in Egypt. These were used by Arameans that lived in Egypt. And we get to Miletus, Thera, Attica, Corinth, and Chalcis. Notice how familiar all these alphabets look. Now let us look at the rest of the letters. Here's the rest of the alphabets from the Phoenician into the different Greek forms. Notice how similar all of these are, and therefore you can become acquainted with the origin of this alphabet and how it spread. This next table here shows how the alphabet spread from the Greeks to the Italian peoples. First column here shows the Chalcidic Greek-based alphabet. Then we see as this alphabet spread to the Etruscan, Umbrian, Oscan, Phoenician, and finally Latin. So you can see all the letters are familiar. They did not change that drastically, although several added their own variations. But as you can see, from the Phoenician all the way through to the Greek Chalcidic to the Italians, we basically see the alphabet morphing into the alphabet that we are currently using to this day. Let us take a look at the rest of this chart. Here's the second portion of the chart. And once again, take a very good look at it, and you will see how the letters are so familiar to one another. And as they developed, they actually did not change that much. Different peoples just added slight modifications. These two tables that I've shown you come from a 1929 Encyclopedia Britannica.
This information came from 19...
Now I would like to give you a very quick overview of how the Greek alphabet and the Italic alphabet spread into the Iberian Peninsula.
1906.
Here we have the Chalcidic Greek.
It all makes sense here.
The Etruscan, Italic, and a variation of the Iberic alphabet. What is really significant is
the breakdown
that basically this alphabet spread throughout the entire Western Mediterranean on the European end, whereas on the African end, the Phoenician form was still retained by the Carthaginians. What is very important for you to see in this chart is take a good look at the Iberian alphabet. For this is the alphabet and different forms of it that is very prevalent in the inscriptions of the Illinois tomb. Let's take a look at the second portion of this alphabet chart. This is the second portion of the chart, and I want you to take a very good look at the letters and study them so you get a good idea of the letters and of the following inscriptions that I'll be showing to you. Familiarize yourself with these. This chart is taken from an alphabetic book called The Aryan Origin of the Alphabet by L.A. Waddell. One thing that I would like to show here is that Waddell was actually able to decipher many of the Iberic sound values, which credit was given to people that lived several decades after him, even though he was correct in identifying several letters. His books currently are very rare, and very few people make reference to it.
I quickly have to pause and interject and state that I believe every time they say Aryan, it should be Tartarian language, and really it's actually Atlantean, most likely that it came from the start, and it was a higher cymatic full language. Could have been telepathic, like bubble language through cymatics. Who knows? I'm just sleep deprived and spitballing random ideas there. But it has this babble of moments, sort of godly technology. And then as you see the geometries and the breakdowns of these phonetics, which the Phoenicians, and were they these giants, these demigods? Who knows? We'll just continue this lesson.
He was a great scholar. Here's the latter portion of the Greek, Etruscan, and Iberic alphabets. Once again, use your workbook and take a very good look at them. This concludes our segment on the ancient alphabets. Part 2, Latin Forum inscription circa 500 BC. This will be the first ancient artifact that we will be deciphering. This is a famous inscription found in the Forum Romanum under a large marble slab. It is one of the most archaic forms of Latin found in Rome. We will now be taking a good look at this tablet, and we will be discussing it in detail. This is the famous Forum inscription found in the Forum Romanum in Rome. It dates to around 500 BC. We have broken this down in sections, color-coded, for convenience when we actually decipher the stone. Also for convenience, we have indicated the direction this inscription is read by the arrows as shown. For example, the first line is read in retrograde, the second line is read in heliograde, and so on. What I would like you to do is take a good look at this table in your workbook. Then, once again, take a look at the second alphabetic chart that I have shown, that is the Chalcidic and Italic alphabets. And I want you to take a good look at this stone here. I want you to see if you notice any peculiarities in the stone. And I'd like you to try to decipher the individual letters in the stone. Now let us get a closer look at each section. Now I want to point out a little peculiarity in this first section here to make your decipherment easier. This letter up here has a little line down through the middle, which is actually a scratch that was in a rock. This letter is identical to that letter. Now when you also are deciphering the letters, be sure to be observant of tails on this form of a letter here. This has a little tail, whereas this one doesn't. Be very careful and take your time in deciphering this and enjoy. Let's take a look at the second section. This is section 2. Everything looks good here. There's no print errors or anything. In deciphering this section 3 here, I want you to see if you notice any peculiarities here. Section 4 here, this letter here is actually a circle with a line underneath it. The scribe made a correction here. So read it as such. Now I'd like you to use the alphabetic chart, turn off the video, and see how many letters you can decipher. Let's see how you did. The first line of peculiarity here is in the very first line, giving you a clue. The letters are read as such, meeting at the central letter here, and meeting at the central letter here. These are written upside down. Now let's see if you notice the peculiarity on section 3. Here's the big peculiarity on section 3, which I'm sure you all have noticed. This first line and the second line are written upside down. Now let us see how well you were able to decipher most of these letters. Now let's take a look at section 1, the very first line, which was written upside down. It read Doivo this way and Doivo that way, meeting at the O in the middle. Now, an English translation is the word divine. And here in this second line here, I'm showing you how it would have been written if it were written in English. Divine, divine. Now, the beginning of the first portion, let's see.
That is divine.
The first
spelling.
letter is the equivalent to a Q.
That's actually.
And you have a U, O, and I. H-O-I. Now, for those that have taken Latin and are familiar with the language, you may probably now see several words developing. This portion here, A-K-R-O-S. Remember, I warned you about watch for the tails. E-S. This S here, only a very small portion was shown on the tablet, but I was able to interpolate the word because there's really not that much else that it could have been, as the word sacros. Now, for those who are familiar with Latin, you will be able to see this. Next line, E-D-S-O-R-A. And this portion here is what we were able to interpolate from Latin. Then we have I-A. The P, you could interpolate. I didn't expect you to get that. I-A-S. The following, R-E-C-E-I, and I. Then we have E-V-A-M. This has been interpolated. Q-U-O-S-R. Now for the first two lines of section 3, as I've pointed out, and you probably have noticed, they were upside down. Have an M, K, A, L, A, T, O. R, E, M, H, A. This has been interpolated. O, D, I, O, U, X, M, E, N. Then we have T, A, K, A, P, I, A, D, O, T, A, U. The fourth section, M, I, T, E, R, I, Q, U, O, I, H, A, V, E, L, O, D, N, E, Q, U, O, D, I, O, V, E, S, T, O, D. Now, if when you have deciphered this, give yourself a correct if you interchange the U and the V's. It did not make a difference in archaic Latin. So if you had a U instead of a V, it does not matter. You still got it right. Now take a look at how many letters you got right. If you got 80% correct, you're on your way of becoming a good decipherer. Now let's take a look at the definitions. Now let's take a look at the transliterated letters and get a definition of the portion of this text. As you have seen, a portion of it has been broken off, so we can only get a couple words here and a couple words there. It is not a completed text. But we do have enough words to get some definitions here. Now, for those who have taken Latin or have a Latin dictionary, it will be a great challenge to try to find the classical Latin word which matches this archaic Latin here. But a lot of them are very similar. Let's take a look at the first one. Doivo and doivo, which comes from the classical term divinus, which is divine. Second line, what portion that survived, we have the term koi oi, means he who's ever. And we have sacros es, consecrated to be. Ed sorano, to sorano. We have apias, can be Appian or a type of a nymph, not quite sure. Reke is an archaic form of king, rex, it's to the king. And we have devam, which means goddess. Quos, witch. Calato, priest. Rem, haruspex, soothsayers. Yuxmen, a team of oxen. Ta capia dotav, let him take possession. Iteri, travels. Quoi ha, whoever this. Velod neque, covering neither. And we have od Jovestod, to Jupiter. Jupiter Juvis. These are the words that we're able to decipher from this forum tablet. I hope you all did very well in deciphering the letters from the archaic term into the more modern term. And if some of you Latin scholars were able to figure out some of the archaic words and find a conjunction with the classical Latin in the dictionary, you did very well. This concludes our forum tablet inscription. Part 3. The Pergi tablets, bilingual Etruscan and Phoenician, circa 480 BC. These were tablets found by Massimo Pallottino in the city of Pergi, a little ways north from Rome, in 1964. There are 3 gold tablets, one of them inscribed in Carthaginian script and the other 2 in Etruscan script. This was the first big breakthrough in the discovery because we finally had a bilingual inscription, which would make it a lot easier to study the Etruscan language. But scholars up to this day have had great difficulty in determining the Etruscan terminology. Before we show you the stone here, I would like you to show a map of northern Italy and the surrounding areas, especially the province called Etruria. This is a map of north central Italy in Imperial Roman times. Show you here is the city of Rome, Roma. Here's the site where the tablets were found in 1964, Pergi. Another important city in Etruria is the city of Tarquinia, which will be mentioned in the tablets, and a famous Etruscan capital called Clusium. Now, the reason I showed you this is I want you to see how close these cities are to one another.
Clusium and Tarturium.
And as you will see, the linguistic range was very similar amongst these different cities. Let us take a look at the tablets. These are the famous Pergi tablets. The first tablet, the Phoenician. Next one, Etruscan, and then the final Etruscan tablet. I will be showing you the Phoenician translation of the first tablet. I will not be going into detail with the Phoenician because it is not part of this Etruscan curriculum.
No. We know
If you are a Semitic scholar such as Cyrus Gordon,
how dare you?
you will have to have a knowledge of the different Phoenician alphabets in order to decipher this tablet, the Eastern Mediterranean and the Western Carthaginian alphabets, and you will have to use a dictionary of Aramaic terms in order to be able to decipher the language, and it's good to have a knowledge of Hebrew. I will not spend much time with the Phoenician because what we are looking for in this is what it says. And then we're going to use that information to compare with the Etruscan text. Now let me give you a quick overview of the Phoenician transliteration. This is the first section of the Phoenician tablet, and it shows how I broke down the words and the transliteration of the letters. I've skipped the usual text of translating into the Hebrew block script because you need to do that in order to get the definitions of the words out of a Hebrew dictionary or an Aramaic lexicon. All the lines on the first tablet are read in retrograde. This is the first portion showing the decipherment and transliteration of the Phoenician text. Now let us take a quick look at the second portion of it. Here I'm showing you the final portion of the Phoenician Carthaginian text from Pergi. One important factor I would like to note to you is the 3 strokes in the text. They denote the number 3. The Phoenicians use little strokes to denote quantity. Once again, take a good look at the transliteration, and I'll be showing you next the translation of the stone. All the lines on the Phoenician tablet are read in retrograde, but I've turned all these lines around, and I'm going to read them to you as it was read by a Carthaginian Punic people. First line reads, L'Rabat La Ashtarte Asher Kadesh, which means to the great Ashtarte place sacred. The second line, Etz Esh Fol Wash Itna, which means this is made and was given. Third line, Tibari Vilianas Malek al Tiberius Vilianas, king over. Fourth line, Kishria Bircha Zabach, Kishria, in the month of sacrifice. Shemesh Bimitana Babet Wabamet, to the sun, a gift for the temple and for the land. Now let's translate the second portion of the Phoenician Carthaginian text. First line, Wakashtarte Arash Badi, and as Ashtarte desired that. Second line, Lal Maliki Shanat Shalash Bircha, he be king, year 3, in the month of. Third line, Kedeh Bayom Keber, March, on the day of burial. Fourth line, Alam Washanat Lamash Alam, of the mighty hero, and the year's statue of the mighty hero. Fifth line, Bebati Shanat Kim Chakakabam El, means in the temple, years as the stars of God. One note I want to make about my translation of March. Most scholars decipher the central letter as an R, pronouncing it Karara. But I disagree with that because I believe the second letter is a D. Looking at the months here, they are not standard Semitic months. So I believe what they did is they converted, as a courtesy, to the months used by the Italic people and the Etruscans. The noteworthy thing is, the word Keder in Semitic means warfare, chaos, which when you translate it into Italic terms, a month of warfare, relates to the god Mars, which is the month of Martes or March. This is why I translated this to be March. Another clue will be given in the Etruscan inscription itself as to this month. Now I will read you the English translation of the Phoenician tablet. To the great Ashtarte, this is the sacred place that was made and given by Tiberius Velianus, king of Kishria, in the month of sacrifices to the sun, a gift for the temple and for the land, as Ashtarte desired that he be king for 3 years, is given in the month of March, on the day of burial of the mighty hero. May the statue of the mighty hero be in the temple for as many years as there exist the stars of God. Now I want to discuss a few points of this, because it is very important to use this translation when we decipher and compare the Etruscan one. A disagreement I have with other scholars that have translated this portion of the Phoenician is The word Alam for mighty hero, they translate it as a god or a deity. So what they translated is the goddess Astarte was buried. But you have to use common sense. Gods and goddesses such as Astarte were immortal to these people. They do not die and they do not have funerals. And another thing, the term El, which is a term for God or divine, can also be applied to human beings. For you have to understand that in the Italic tribes, as Rome or the Etruscans, when a king died, many times he was deified and revered as a god. Therefore, the Carthaginians, as courtesy, gave him the title of mighty hero Elam. So we are talking about the funeral of Tiberius Velianus, king of Kishria, not of Astarte, as other scholars have translated. Another point, the city of Kishria is the Etruscan city of Cisra or Certeveri, which is very close to Pergi. This Tiberius Velianus is the king of Cisra. Now we're going to look at the Etruscan tablets. These are the latter two tablets here. These tablets are read in retrograde, and the convenience is that the words are separated by dots. Now, if you'd like, you could give it a try and try to decipher these tablets and the sound values using your italic alphabets. Now we're going to take a look at the transliteration of the letters. Now I'm going to transliterate the letters of the Etruscan script. Let's take a look at the first portion, first line. All of it is read in retrograde. Now you may have had some difficulties in noticing several letters in the Etruscan. For example, the circle O-like character is actually a theta in the Etruscan. First line, I-T-A-T-M-I-A, I-C-A-C-H-E. Second line, R-A-M-A-S-V-A, V-A-T-I-E-K-E. Third line, U-N-I-A-L-A-S-T-R-E-S, Thea. Fourth line, S-A-M-E-K, Theuta, Theba. Fifth line, R-I-E-I-V-E-L-I-A-N-A-S-S-A-L. Next portion, first line, C-L-U-V-E-N-I-A-S, T-U-R-U. Second line, C-E-M-U-N-I-S-T-A-S, Th-U-V-A-S. Third line, T-A-M-E-R-E-S-C-A-I-L-A-C-V-E. Fourth line, T-U-L-E-R-A-S-E-N-A-C-C-I-A-V-I. Fifth line, L-K-U-R-V-A-R-T-E-S-I-A-M-E-I-T. Now for the final portion of the first Etruscan Pergi tablet. First line, A-L-E-I-L-A-C-V-E-A-L-S-A-S-E. Second line, N-A-C-A-T-R-A-N-E-S-Z-I-L-A-C. Third line, A-L, SELEITALA ACNASV. Fourth line, ERS ITANIM HERAM. Fifth line, BEAVILENIACAPUL. Sixth and final line, UMKBA. Now for the second Etruscan tablet, first portion, line 1, NAC, THEBARIE, line 2, IIUNAS, THEAMUCE, third line, CLEVA, ETANAL, fourth line, MASANTIUR. Now for the final text of the second Etruscan Pergi tablet, line 1, UNIAS SELACEV, line 2, ACAL TMIALA, line 3, BILKVAL AMUC, line 4, EPULUMKB, and the final line, ASNUIAF. Now let me read it for you. Now I've transcribed the deciphered Etruscan text and have put it in heliograde as it was read. I'm going to read it to you as it was pronounced and give you an English translation of each word. This is the beginning of the first Etruscan Pergi text, line 1. Ita temia ikak heramasva. This precinct, sacred Hera the Great. Line 2. Latieque unialastres themiasa, also known as Juno the illustrious, giver of oracles. Line 3. Mecthuta Thebarie Velianas, maid given Tiberius Velianus. Line 4. Sal Cluvenius Turuque, the king of the royal families Clusium and Tarquinia. Line 5. Munistas thuvas tameresca, to the city an offering to be erected. Now for the final portion of the first Etruscan Pergi tablet. Line 1. Ilaque tolerase nac qui avil, that he be elevated for 3 years. Second line. Curvar tesia metale ilaque, wish the golden goddess that. Third line. Alsace nacatranes tsilacal, of the mighty one for inner chamber of the temple, this statue. Fourth line. Seleitala aknasvers itanim, splendid, to be revered as holy or sacred, so that. The final line. Heramve avil eniaca pulunqua, Hera annually can place it among the stars. Now we will begin with the second Etruscan Pergi tablet, line 1. Nac Thebarie Veliunas, for Tiberius Velianus. Line 2. Tamuque Cleva Etanal was buried, nails annual driving. Line 3. Masantiur unia selake, Masan month, Juno select. Line 4, Bakal, Temial, Avilkval, the statue and temple as many years. And the final line, Amuke, Pulumqua, Snuyaf, cover as stars the heavens. Now I will read to you the English translation of the first Etruscan Pergi tablet. To the great Hera, also known as Juno the Illustrious, giver of oracles, this sacred precinct was made and given by King Tiberius Velianas, whose bloodline stems from the royal families of Clusium and Tarquinia, an offering to the city to be erected, for the golden goddess wished that he be elevated for 3 years. May the splendid statue of the mighty one for the inner chamber of the temple be revered as holy, so that Hera can annually place it among the stars. Now for the translation of the second Etruscan Pergi tablet. For Tiberius Velianas was buried in the beginning of the year in the month of March. May Juno select this statue to remain in the temple for as many years as stars cover the heavens. Part 5. Latin and Greek lexicographical analysis. For those of you who are wondering, how was Schifranke able to so easily translate the Etruscan text when so many scholars in the past have failed and have had many problems with it? Well, to reveal the truth, it was quite simple. I did not have to look to Hittite, to Aztec, to Albanian or Hungarian to decipher Etruscan. All I had to look at is the Italic languages such as Latin and Greek, for the Etruscans lived in Etruria in Italy, and therefore I concluded that their language had to have been very familiar to the Latins, the Oscans, and Umbrians living around them, and also be heavily influenced by Greek because of their lifestyle and culture. Going on that avenue, I was able to quite easily decipher this Pergi text, as well as many other Etruscan funerary inscriptions and honorary inscriptions, which will be featured in Volume 2. Now let me show you a word-by-word analysis of this text and its Latin and Greek roots. It will look quite simple when you see it yourselves. Before I discuss how I came about to the meaning of the Etruscan words, I would like to demonstrate some of the clues I used to discern my translation. The first clue I came up with is that Etruscan had to have been a relative of the Italic languages, heavily infused by Greek. So therefore, it had to have been an Indo-European language. Another clue I had was reading an ancient history of a writer by the name of Aulus Gellius, who tells of a lawyer who used such archaic Latin words that his hearers laughed as if they had been hearing Etruscan or Gallic. So therefore, I concluded that archaic Latin was very akin to Etruscan, but then also Gallic. Well, looking at names of some of the famous Gallic kings, like Vercingetorix, Rix means king, which sounds very similar to the Latin rex. So I concluded also that all the Celtic people of Gaul, Iberia, and the Alpine regions spoke a similar language which was related to Latin or Etruscan. I also came up that the first settlers of Italy were actually Celts, and then they were heavily fused in by the Greeks who were arriving as refugees from the Trojan War, and then further Greek colonization and trade, which then separated the Italian Celts from the Celts and the rest of Europe. This will also be shown on Etruscan Volume 2 video when I display the Lemnos tablet found in Greek describing a Gallic warrior from Belgium and using the language that he wrote on there and comparing it with Latin and Etruscan. Another conclusion I came up with is that the strange words that scholars had difficult problems were astronomical names such as months and numbers, which could have come from an ancient time and also was probably used by their holy men. But later on, they morphed into Latin and Greek names and numbers. Now let's go through the words of the Etruscan Purgi texts. The first word, ita. I found a similarity in the Latin is ea id and also the Sanskrit idam. It means this. Second word, temia. I found the Greek temenos as an equivalent, means secret ground, or temple. The third word, ikak. I was able to find the Indo-European agios in Greek and yaga in Sanskrit, which means sacred. The fourth word, heramasva, was quite simple because I could identify the name of the Greek god as Hera, and masva is very akin to Latin maxima, so it read as Hera Maxima, Hera the Great. The next word, vatieque. I had a little bit of problem with looking at it as one word, but I also noticed that the Etruscans combined two words into one and also added prefixes and suffixes, so you had to look at the root of the word. Now I was able to divide it into vatieque, which is akin to Latin fateor eque, which means also known as or equally known as. The following word, uni alastres. Now uni is very akin to the Roman word for the goddess Juno. Juno is also identical to the Greek Hera. Now the word alastres was quite simple because it's very similar to the Latin illustris. So this will be translated as Juno illustris, Juno of the star, Juno the illustrious. The next word, themiasa. I found the Greek word themis, which means divine, giver of oracles, something to do with divine. Now the next word was very simple, mech. Found the easy word, Latin machinar, and Greek mechanao, which means to make. We have the English word mechanic today. Now what I did is I looked were from the Phoenician and were in the Etruscan, the words would match. And this was one other way I had many clues. Now the next word, uta, found the Greek equivalent of didomi and the Latin do dare datus, which means give. The next word, Tiberie, Tiberius. That's self-explanatory. Velianas, Velianas, identical to the Phoenician tablet, gives the name of this king. The next word, sal, relates to the word Latin solium, which is royal seat, royal house, or royal family. Then it gives the name of the royal families this king comes from. First one, Cluvenius, which is the city of Clusium. He comes from that royal family. And then Turuke, of Tarquinia. So this king of Kishria Certeveri Tiveris Velianas has the blood of the Clusium royal family and the Tarquinian royal family. Now, many scholars and other Etruscan inscriptions have translated the word teruke as giving or giving a gift to something. But unfortunately, when looking at those inscriptions, I noticed that almost all of them came from Tarquinian tombs in the city of Tarquinia. Therefore, this is the word that I translate as relating to a Tarquinian. The actual Etruscan word for the city of Tarquinia is Tarchuna, but teruke relates to a Tarquinian. This will also be featured in other Etruscan inscriptions given in Volume 2. Next word, munistas, relates to the Latin word moenia or munia, city enclosed within its walls, fortification, municipalus, an enclosure. Thuvas, we have the Greek thusia, which is an offering, a sacrifice used in a religious context, a religious offering. Dameresca, we have a Latin root of erigo, which means to erect, and Latin erectus. Ilaque, very similar to Latin ille, which means that, and you have Latin illico, which is on the spot, or illic, that there. Tolerase, verb, you have the Latin tolo, which means to lift up or elevate. Then you have nac, which is similar to the Latin nam, meaning for. The next two words, chi and avil, are actually Proto-Celtic words that still remained in the Etruscan language. The word chi is the number 3, and that was discovered by an Etruscan dice sets that were found in their tombs, and also from the Phoenician inscription. The word avil is Proto-Celtic for year or years. That was also compared to many funerary inscriptions in front of numbers, which was deciphered as year. Words such as these, numbers or months or seasons, still. Next word, curvar, similar to the Latin quero, which means to seek, to wish to. And we have Thesia metale. Well, thesia is a form of the word dea, deus, desia, god, goddess. One earlier form, Proto-Celtic, that the Etruscans used was Ice and Isar, but then later on, as they had more contact with the Greeks, they also switched it to the word thesia, adopting the Greek form. We have thesia metale. What is metale? Well, we have word in Latin metallus, which is metal, and it also can mean gold, silver, or any metal. But in the case of a goddess, as you know, it will be gold. Ilaque, which we have seen before, means that. Alsace. We have the Greek word algeis, which means strong, mighty, courageous. Nac, we have that word again, which means for. Atranes, very similar to the word atrium in Latin. This is where the Latins got that word, atrium, means an inner chamber. Zil, agal. The root word in here is the word agal. Zil is a prefix, which I translate as meaning this. The word agal can be found in the Greek agalma, which is a form or statue. Thus, zil agal means this statue or image. Seleitala. we have the Greek selas selatos, which means splendor or brightness, splendid. Aknasvers comes from the Greek agnos, which means pure, undefiled, or holy. Itanim is a variation of ita, as we've seen before, and this means so that. Heramve, once again, the goddess Hera. Afil is the word for year. Eniaka, like the Greek, eniemi, enieka, which means to put in place. Pulunqua, you have the Greek root polus and Latin polus, which means heaven or the firmament of stars. Now for the second tablet, we have the word beginning with nak, which means four, as we've seen before. Then we have Tiberie Velianas, the name of Tiberius Velianus the king. Then we have Thamuke. The root word here is amuke, which is similar to the Latin amicio, which means to cover or conceal, or in this case, bury. Cleva etanal is very similar to a Roman term known as clavis analis, which means the driving of the nails. This is a term which to me looks like has been borrowed from the city of Rome. And it may give me a clue also who this Tiberius is. This is a term in later Roman times that was referring to when all debts had to be repaid and it was the beginning of a new fiscal year, when they were driven on the walls of a temple, but that was done in the Ides of September. But in earlier times, it signified the new year, which began in the Roman month of Martius, March. Masan Tiur. Masan is the name of the month in which Tiberius Velianus died, and Tiur is a Proto-Celtic word meaning moon or month, which the Etruscans still retained. Now, I tried to find a clue as to what the word Masan could have meant. Interestingly, I found the Greek massa, which means chaos, or massa, chaos or warfare. Very similar to the Phoenician Kedar, with their month that they listed as the king dying, the month of Kedar, month of chaos. So therefore, being the month of warfare, it relates to the god Mars, and therefore the month of March. Now, clavis etanal means the beginning of the year, and that is when the year began in the month of March in Roman and ancient Italic times. Unias, uno. Selake, like the Latin seligo, which means to choose or to single out. Vagal, before we had the word zil agal, this statue, this word is vagal. It has the statue root in there from the Greek agalma. It is once again repeated, the statue. Timial is repeated from Timea in the beginning of the inscription, and this means in the temple. Once again, we have avilkval, as many years. Amuke, before we had tamuke, which means buried. Here we have amuke, which means to cover. We have the word polunqua once again, which refers to stars. And then the last word, snuyaf. Separate that to snuyaf, snuyaf, which is similar to super nubes, Latin, which means above the clouds, and what is above the clouds is the heavens. This is the lexicography that I have given to you. I was able to find all these words in Greek and Latin dictionaries, as well as many other Etruscan inscriptions that I have deciphered. This is the major Etruscan inscription that will be featured on this video. Etruscan Volume 2 will have many more inscriptions so that you will be able to compare them with this one. Part 6, Roman Duenos inscription decipherment. This is a very unusual inscription that was found in Rome, but apparently appeared to be the ruins of an old temple. There were 4 small jars close together, and underneath the jars there was an inscription which was dedicated to the gods of the underworld. Let us now take a look at this inscription. Here we have the Duenos inscription as it was found in Rome. Once again, take a good look at the letters and take a crack at deciphering them using the italic alphabets. Now I will show you the Duenos inscription as it was read. The first line is color-coded in yellow. The next line in orange, the inner line, and it continues this way. Now let's take a look at the transliteration of the letters and what the meaning of all this was. Now I will read to you the inner orange line first. And you could also check how well you have done with deciphering the letters. The first line reads, Iove sat devos quoy med mitat. Now translating this archaic Latin into a regular Latin, first word Iove means Jove or the god Jupiter. Sat is abbreviated for Saturn. Devos is gods. Koi, whoever. Med, to me. Mitat, presents. The second line. Ne ted endokosmis virko. Ne means not. Ted means to you. Endo is an archaic Latin form of in, which means in. Cosmis comes from cosmos, the world, and Virgo is a virgin or maiden. Third line reads, Sied asted noisi ope doitesiae. Sied is a form of to be. Asted, stand by. Noisy, akin to the Latin nisi, unless. Ope toitesia. Ope is an archaic form of a name of goddesses. This one is known as Goddess, bountiful protectress. Last line, Pacati, voice. Pacati is an archaic form of pacem, peace, make peace, and voice is your. Now I will read to you the outer yellow portion of this inscription. First line. Duenos med fecit en. Duenos in diviners. Med is to me. Fecit is to make or to procure. You have the Latin facere. En is in. Second line. Manum Enum duenoi. Manum is an archaic form of good or goodness or good omen. This I was able to find in Varro's on archaic Latin, his commentaries on the Latin language, that manum was an archaic form of Latin meaning good. In this case, a good omen. Enum is like Latin enim, means that. Duenoi, once again, diviners, according to the diviners. The last line, ne med malo statod. Ne, not. Med, once again, to me. Malo means evil or bad. And stator means to establish or establish something in the mind, like in this case. Now let me give you the full translation, and then I will give you the meaning of this entire inscription. Now for the translation of the Duenos inscription. The diviners procured to me in a good omen that according to them no evil shall be established in my mind. By the gods, Jupiter and Saturn, whoever presents themselves to me swear, may not a virgin in the world be to you sexually pleasing, unless you are willing to make your peace with Goddess Bountiful Protectress. Now, looking at the jars, the way they were arranged, they are jars bearing gifts that were brought into a temple. What was the purpose of this inscription? There were over 40 attempts made in deciphering the meaning of this, and all the scholars still have not been able to determine the meaning of this inscription. They have gotten most of it correctly, except a couple words here and there, but it is still a mystery to them what this means. To me, however, it was quite obvious. This person bringing a gift into the temple wanted to worship the mysteries. It was a man probably thinking of committing adultery. So what he had to do is, in order to be with this virgin, he had to bring a gift to his favorite temple so that he would be forgiven from any sin that he would commit. If adultery was blessed by the gods, it was fine to commit back then. This is very similar to the indulgences that occurred in the later Middle Ages in the Catholic Church. One could pay a sum of money or gifts to the church, and therefore, as a result, was able to commit several sins without there being a threat of that person going to hell. Well, this is probably what a tradition actually originated in, was with the Romans. And this is a very good example. Now, the scholars had a lot of trouble because they couldn't quite understand the grammar, and they thought, well, maybe the person's not a Roman, and they couldn't understand the inscription. Typical thing among scholars is fighting over grammar, but you have to bear in mind, when this person was writing this, he was not worried about how correct his grammar was. This person's main concern was having sex with the person that he wanted to, and he wanted to get it over with the gods and get on their good side before he committed adultery. So this is the meaning of the Duenos inscription. Part 7. I saved the best for last. This is the whalebone inscription decipherment from 22 BC. This inscription was found in North America and comes out of the famous Illinois tomb. What is so significant about this inscription is that it gives the name of a person that came over here, and it gives the date when he came. Good. Here it is. Take a good look at a very beautifully inscripted artifact found in North America. Unfortunately, our photographer was not able to get the top part of the artifact due to the amount of space that he had, but I'll be showing you the contents of this. Very nicely crafted inscription, and the engraver also put a little man here with some kind of a halo like a crown, and he identifies the name of a famous king. Now this portion here has script on it. The reverse of this stone has a few geometric designs engraved in it. The thing I noticed very peculiar about the geometric designs were that they showed different types of geometrical affinities. One was pyramidal, the other one was more quadratic. And then there was another design of a horn which showed the artist's capability of carving out oval patterns. So it showed like an artist carving different designs of different geometric patterns. Now we're going to discuss the decipherment of the stone. This is the ancient script on the top portion of the stone. At the very top, it started off with a circle cross insignia, a very prevalent insignia in the Illinois tomb. Then the first line is read in retrograde, second in heliograde, and the third again in retrograde. Now the fourth line is in heliograde, and the fifth line in retrograde. Notice these peculiar little symbols here that differ from the other alphabetic characters. Here's the latter portion of the inscription. First line is read in heliograde, the next one in retrograde, heliograde, retrograde, heliograde, retrograde. A perfect boustrophedon. Now take a good look at the letters. What you will see here in these alphabets that you find in the Illinois tomb is that they're very morphed alphabets from all different Mediterranean cultures. But yet the language, predominant language, is in Latin. You're going to have a difficult time using the standard Mediterranean alphabets to decipher all the letters, but some of the letters can be deciphered because some are pretty obvious. But it took a lot of work in deciphering the other letters, which is actually the new historical discovery and breakthrough that I have made. Now here I'm showing you the decipherment of the inscription. It's all now read in heliograde as the reader back then would have been able to read it. Begin with the first line. Now, a lot of you that have seen other of my decipherments from the Illinois tomb will be able to recognize some of the letters. Let's begin with line 1. Reads E, P, S, O, S, L, E, T, O, N, O, F, L, B, O. Line 2 begins with an N, and then the first section of the 3 lines represents 300. The second section represents 400, and then we have the 3 lines and 1 on the bottom, which represents the number 31. Then we have K. Third line, N, A, G, L, M, S, N, V, S, O, N, E, and B. Fourth line, N, B, S, U, B, A, N, E, A, P, L, A. The last line, N, T, L, X, D, R, N, L, P, Z. Now I will show you how to break down these words and get a decipherment and translation of the inscription. Okay, now for the transliteration of the inscription. A lot of the words here in this inscription have been abbreviated, so therefore I will give you a transliteration into the Latin pronunciation that it was given. The first line, eps, first the word epistola. Next word os is os. Leto, leto. N is an abbreviation for the first name of Numerius. O is a Latin abbreviation for the middle name Optimus. Second line, FL is an abbreviated name for the name Flavius. We have the initials following an O, which in Latin refers to bono
I promise
homine.
it's gonna get really
And
good.
following that comes
Three
a letter, a number, and another letter.
in 10 minutes time.
The N, 731, and K. The N, talking of time, is an abbreviation for the month of Novembris, Roman month. 731 is the year it was dated as back then since the founding of the city of Rome, which is the year 753. K is an abbreviation for the word calendas, which refers to the Roman calendar. Then we get to the main text on line 3. N is abbreviated for nos. We have the verb aglemus, which comes from the Latin agere. The next word is the word navis. Then we have onie, which comes from the Latin onus. And then the abbreviated BN, which is from the Latin beneficium. The fourth line, we have BS, which is short for basileos, a Greek word for king. Then we have the name of a king, Uba, which is King Uba. Then next word we have the word Neapole, which is akin to the Latin word and name of a city, Neapolis. Natal comes from the word natalis. And we have the word exteren, comes from the Latin root excidere. And then the final word, lapis, is the Latin word lapis. Now let me show you the translation of this inscription. Now for a word-by-word translation of the inscription. Line 1, epistola is message, os is bone, leto is happy, and you have the name Numerios Optimus. Line 2, Flavius is the name Flavius, and the term bono homine means a man of good standing. Then it gives the date. Novembris, 731, calendas, means year 731 in the calends of November. Nos agere navis onus, we set in motion ship cargo laden. Next line, beneficium bas Uba Neapolis, grant in kindness King Uba Naples. And the last line, natalis excidere lapis, born to cut out stone. Now I will show you the English translation of this inscription. A message on bone, happily given by Numerius Optimus Flavius, a man of good standing, on October 21st, 22 BC. We moved here in loaded cargo ships granted in kindness by King Uba. I was born in Naples and am a stonecutter. This explains the designs, which unfortunately we cannot show you now because our photographer was not able to get a good picture of the designs in the back of the stone. But this explains that this person was a stonecutter, and he was trying to show on the reverse of this what he was capable of doing. It's very significant, gives the date, October 21st, year 22 BC. That puts it very much to the time that we came up with earlier with the other decipherments. They came over here in ships granted by King Yuba II of Mauritania. And this was a refugee stonecutter from Naples that came over here. And it's also interesting, the name Numerius Optimus Flavius. As some of you historians know, the later emperors, Vespasian and Titus, were of the family known as Flavius. Could this person here have been an ancestral cousin somehow related to that family? It's very interesting. The Emperor Vespasian reigned around 70 AD. So we're talking 90 years prior to that event. Could this man have been an ancient relative of the Flavian family of the Vespasians? Now I would like to go back and show you the sound values of this alphabet and discuss some peculiarities about them. I'd like to show you some peculiarities of the abbreviated words in a little more detail. I'd like to begin with the first line. For some of you that have seen my other inscriptions, what you see in the Illinois tomb is this X-like symbol here. Well, here in North America, as well as in a lot of Etruscan inscriptions in Italy, that's where it could have come from to here, is that the X is an S when a word ends. Thus you have the word eps. Then you have the os, a soft O, S, and then the word leto. Now another interesting letter I found here is the sound value of an N. I was able to determine that because a lot of Neo-Etruscan and later Italic inscriptions show this letter as an N in Italy. And therefore I came to a conclusion that this scribe here who was learning how to write this new morphed alphabet here was actually from Italy. And when I saw the word here, Neapole, it clarified the situation. Well, he came from Naples. He knew the Italian inscriptions, and when he came over here, he had to morph and learn this new cosmopolitan inscription writing that existed here in North America. Now the one here is Uba, Baz, Uba, Basileus Yuba, King Yuba. I've seen this on other inscriptions on the Illinois tomb. And here the word Neapole, Naples. And here you have the word lapis, which is stone. And another thing that morphed is the Italic inscriptions had an upright A. But what we find here in the Illinois tomb is they use this Phoenician style of A that the Punics and Carthaginians use. That is probably because you had a lot of Punic and Carthaginian writing people here. So therefore, they had to make some adjustments for them too. So everybody had to find a happy medium, though language-wise, we find that most inscriptions are written in a vulgar form of Latin, which everybody coming from the Roman Empire at that time spoke. The only thing they had to adjust with is a happy medium alphabet that everybody could read and understand. Now let me elaborate a little bit more on the date. These three sets of lines were a bit of a mystery at first. This is the first one I was able to decipher, the 3 and the 1 as a number 31. They're connected together. These others were separated. I assumed right away that because they were all scattered and separated, that they meant the centuries. So I saw 7 lines, so it'd be 700 and then 31. But the mystery to me was, why were 3 over here and 4 over there? And then as I was reading the early history of Rome, I could see that possibly that the Romans divided their centuries. For in the first 3 centuries, Rome was under a royal family. They had kings in Rome for almost 3 centuries. And then 4 centuries thereafter, Rome became a republic. So it could have been very significant that these people, when they wrote the date down in such a manner, divided it as the royal era, republican era, and then years. So here we had the 300, 400, and 31, making 731. And here, this was quite simple. November, because that was the only month beginning with an N. And then K is calendis, which means the beginning of November, like it was the Roman November 1st. But the way the Roman calendar was designed is a little bit different from ours. So in order to convert into our modern day dates as we know it today, you had to take away a few days, and there's a formula you can plug in to get the exact date. As it turns out, the calends of November is the equivalent to our present day, October 21st. Another peculiarity I encountered on this particular inscription, which was a little bit confusing from other inscriptions that I encountered in the Illinois tomb, is the way he associated his B's with his O's. He had just regular small square up here, and then he had a long standing upright rectangle. Now at first I translated them and all of them as B's, but then I had a serious problem. Nothing made sense except the ones that were supposed to be B. But then I looked at it again and said, wait a minute. He drew the circles, which were his O's, and then the small squares were possibly also his O's for some reason that he did him that way. Like up here, Bono Homine, possibly because it was an important title, he squared off the O. And then you see the B's here, which are upright rectangles. So after coming with this conclusion, and I plugged in the letters, then the text finally made sense. These are the problems an epigrapher can run into when deciphering ancient script. This concludes this portion of the decipherment. This concludes our Etruscan Archaic Language Volume 1 video.
I want to welcome you to another one of our home videos. We'll be showing about 130 different stones from the tomb of Alexander the Great. It's a lot easier to videotape photographs of these stones rather than the actual stone itself, so that's what I've done. I'm going to start off by showing many lions and birds, different animals. These pictures were taken in 1994 and in 1995. And the soundtrack is being dubbed in 1996. This peculiar black type of stone is called lavagna. It comes from a pit in Italy. There are several different color variations of this stone. This volcano in Italy, where the majority of it comes from, spewed out silt and so forth out of its mouth and into a lake where the sediments were cooled, and this is what gives you the abundance of pyrite flakes of fossils that are embedded into the actual lavagna stone. Some of the variations of this lavagna are harder in density. Here we see a whale We'll see the other side of this stone later. There are several whales depicted in the tomb, horses, buffalo, you name it. There are many artifacts that we cannot identify. This appears to be some type of seal. You see the little fin down there at his bottom. And he has a very beautiful face. It's a very small stone, and the face just has an unusual character to it. There's a cobra, which appears to be smiling, but people of the ancient world also just thought that the cobra had a smile painted across his face through his mouth. Here's the rear of him. We don't know what this is. It could be a prehistoric animal, could be some type of razorback. The tail appears to be curled up. This is a hound, a dog. It's got an inscription on the back of it that I'm going to read. Looks like a female. See the rib cage. And on the back here it says, very intelligent and best to be master of. People in the ancient day really appreciated their dog. Get into some ceremonial artifacts, for lack of a better word. This guy's absolutely beautiful. We believe this is probably about 4,000 years plus old. It's carved out of marble. Extremely archaic. This javelin tip here, ceremonial, is pure white. It's a pearl white looking color that reflects. Here's a polished Lavanya stone that reflects light quite beautifully. The Lavanya stone is not hard enough to chop anything or hit anything. It's quite brittle. You can see the colors bouncing off of this this head here. Lots of full groove, double groove. Much larger axe head here. This appears to be a button, a gorget, or something. We don't know. It could be a simple toy or a clip to hold a rope in place. I've seen literally hundreds of tips, javelin tips, arrow tips from this tomb, carved out of virtually everything from Lavanya to glass to sandstone, marble. Many of them have script on them, such as this one. You'll see the double circle cross. This is a beautiful double tip, polished, highly polished. And the colors you see bouncing off of it here are exactly as you're looking at it. The camera did a good job of picking that up. Strange and abstract because we're not sure what some of these are. But this is a coin printed in, minted in, it says Yuba Gaditsa, and it's got Yuba's elephant trademark to it. Going to picture a couple of other coins. This is on one side of the coin. You'll notice it says Helios. This is the flip of the same coin. It says Tanit, the Mother God, Mother Earth God. And here's another coin. All of these are plugs. They're just facsimiles. They are not real gold. They're painted. Another small Tanith. This is a Lavanya carved round. It's about the size of a small egg, and it appears to be some type of squid or an octopi. Not sure. Not sure what this is. Could be a sun gate, morning horizon. This is a piece of Lavanya that's got script on both sides. It's in the shape of a boat, or like that of the sole of a shoe. And down the center of it, it has pyrite, rows of pyrite flecks. Absolutely beautiful. This appears to be a message baton. It could have been tainted. It's not quite as well executed as the others. The cartouche on this piece has been damaged, but it sure was in good shape at one time. It's beautiful stone, beautiful rock. This is another stone that has what a lot of people like to call ogum, but it is not ogum. It's a numbering system. This is an alien in linen. We have several different pictures of aliens in linen, and they will all be featured in the UFO video, where I'm going to show about 20 stones from the Burroughs Cave, Lost Tomb of Alexander the Great. I will have the decipherment of this stone right here you're looking at. This is a female in a atmospheric type spacesuit with a bunch of inscriptions on it. That will be deciphered, along with several other alien scripts, alien-related scripts.
Shout out to the alien
Serapis,
out there,
holding
dog.
the Ankh in the right hand and the staff in the left. And you'll see the Helios in the upper left corner underneath the sun. The Goat Man, staff in the right hand, his cup of the everlasting elixir in the left. And this is his concoction to give to the mortals so that they will have everlasting life. Well executed stone. This script is going to be featured in one of our upcoming videos. This guy has script in his mouth that has not been deciphered. Many comical characters resembling those found in South America. This is the reverse of that whale that you saw previously. This is by no means all of the archaic heads that we've seen. This could be an Olmec or an African. But these are just the photographs that I have taken myself. This guy had yellow paint all over him. Guess someone thought the black was unacceptable, so they painted him yellow. This guy here is a brown type of stone. He appears to be weeping. And I have seen other artifacts found in Indiana, carved out of the same stone, with the hands the same, the head the same, and they're also weeping. I don't know how to describe this guy. He's weird. Maybe that's the missing link. This is a conehead. We call him Conehead. He looks very mean, very angry. He's mad about something. This is, hey, Luigi. We don't know who he is. He's got a strange eye carved on the other side. There it is. Could be a comical kid's toy, some sort, something to have. So there's several comical figures. This is a small Egyptian head. Appears to be somewhere around the Ptolemaic era from Egypt. In most cases where there's a front and a rear to the photograph, they'll both be pictured together at some point. This is another ugly head. Ugly, but I bet he's a nice guy. This is quite a comical character. Extremely vivid facial expression. The camera doesn't pick him up quite as well as I'd like because the stone is so light colored, but he's got the strangest expression on his face. This is another Lavanya. This is Elus, the king of the wind. People call this a wind stone. I was later to find out. You see the other side of it here. There it is. King of the wind. There wasn't enough space to put the E on. This resembles one of our friends. This appears to be a female, but we're not even sure about that. This could be a Numidian or something similar, we don't know. Has thin lips with a wide nose, slanted forehead. This stone is quite faded, but has a perfectly executed nose and eye. This is a famous stone pictured in many books and journals written about this tomb. It's been around a long time. This stone has also been featured in many books. Clearly the Egyptian Uraeus. Here's another Egyptian with the double serpent. This could be a king. So could this. This appears to be another Egyptian priest of some sort. Several.
All right, well, that concludes that segment of this stream, but don't you worry, it's just getting started to the greatness, to the goodness. It's 9:09 a.m. Holy shoot, it's 3 hours, 3 minutes, 33 seconds into the stream, and that's one synchronicity. We're going to start talking about this right here, the Grand Canyon Pyramid Complex that would have been essentially like a global hub, maybe this Atlantean place, this Lemurian Moorish trading center with the Hopi, the Four Corners tribes, as well as Mayan, Aztec, probably in the earlier times, as well as the Orientals, the Tartarians, the Iberians. Everybody had their little temple in here, and that it would have been dammed up. It would have been water. And if you were listening throughout that presentation, One interesting thing that he stated that stuck with me was saying that, the rivers were waterways. And it's like, no, they were waterways. They were these grand canals, and they were these grand canal cities in these places. And shout out to Luke, Ancient Historia. He's done a lot of great deciphering of the lost pyramids of Egypt. And shout out to Campbell and Sam Osmanovich. So this is a real picture taken by a certain type of EM frequency, I do believe. And here, once again, we have the Grand Canyon complex lit up as the in the topographical map. Peak for peak, star for star in the night sky with the Orion constellation. And then in Arizona, all the towns and the Grand Canyon right there, you can see is the part of the bow that then connects to all these other ancient crazy sites and townships. And you have, of course, Isis Temple covered up. Why did they cover it up? Why did they cover this giant gaping hole up? Why would they do such a thing? Is it because it's a massive underground city that has entrances everywhere, and that's why nobody's allowed to hike there? That's why they chase you off with Apache helicopters, because you're not allowed to go exploring in these ancient pyramids. And that's why we will be exploring these places right here coming up this month. Not that one. That's in Mars. So unless someone has a portal, I don't see us going there anytime soon. Elon, maybe if you want to send a rover camera that doesn't cut out from launch to landing. But this place, this we will. This is in Medicine Hat, Alberta, right by me. The geoglyphs, the Medicine Hat Badland geoglyph guardians. There's the other guy. This is an oil derrick. So we're going to drive right up here. We're going to get the drone out. We're going to take it for a flight around. We're going to look for these geoglyphs, the earthen works that are these radials that Arthur Farham calculates out to these different, plots out these different territories, these different sites, and get some captures of the earthworks, and that this is one giant terraformed valley with the Mao heads right here, the Plains Warrior or the Aztec, and the Mayan right here. And it's not pareidolia. It doesn't matter what time of year, whether it's summer, winter. Well, I guess winter, no, because everything's covered in snow. That's why it's Canada. And yes, I have some pretty red eyes. I'm pretty tired and stoned. Shout out Headley Man BC. Thank you, Craig and Sharon. And hopefully you guys can come out and join us in Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians. These balls apparently also in the Medicine Hat Badlands Guardians. So this guy and this guy supposedly have these guys all around. And this is the giant valley of them all. So you got a yelling native. This guy has been dubbed the Badland Guardian, the Western Plains native. Alien coming out of head. No, it's the Mayan headdress. Long-nosed birdman, or the Mau. My goodness, too tired. And yes, recap. Golden tablets. That's the Crespi collection. Here's some more of the Crespi collection. And these radials, there's several sites here in the Medicine Hat Badland Guardians, and that it will be, they plot out this territory right here. So all of these guys right here, these angles, they plot out to these specific sites around the world. That is the Fairham Foundation's work right there. All right, what else do we have going on here? Smash that like button, indeed. Yes, please. So, if you don't mind my raspy voice rambling along, let's go through some of the Olmecs. And look at this guy. He's just like, what the hell? Are the giants gonna come out and eat me? Like, what am I doing next to this thing? I am afraid. That's what I see when I see this guy. If you know, like, he's not having a good time by the looks of it. I'd be a little bit more excited. Oh, and yes, so these I really need to shout out to Klaus Donna as well as Nassim Haramine. They apparently tackled some of these with part of the Mexican government, and that those are legit. The elongated skull folk, that's DNA, and that's human mixing with the aliens. And then the Sumerians, right? Is that what this flying represents? Were they in the sky? Is it, where were they buzzing around through portals? What were they doing? What are the pine cones? And what are the wings? What are the watches? What are the handbags? And here we go again. We have the Aztec or the Inca. Oh, revering the fallen alien elongated skull folk. Is that a baby that passed, maybe? Is that what it's showing? And look at this alien pictographic language. That is something else. That I think that deserves serious investigation, and I need to pay more attention in my Resonance Academy email lists to get a hold of Nassim and be able to talk to him about this stuff, because it's fascinating. Classic Sumerian right here. What do we have here? Is this Sumerian or Egyptian? The more you see it, it's like, are these like warriors from different realms? These guys are clearly under the water doing something, snorkeling, or maybe they're dead. I don't know. Are they in different realms? Different portaled realms in the skies, playing snakes and ladders? Are they underground? I don't know what's being represented here. Like up on top of this rocket, looking up at two suns, you got a really big giant dude, some half-sized people with giant heads still, and even bigger head dudes. Quite fascinating. Quite fascinating. Here we have Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. Once again, the bags, the handbags, and these T-shaped things, these energy orbs. This is in Bolivia. Pumapunku, I believe. A Sumerian artifact. This all looks like high technology to me. So is this Thoth? Is this Etruscan, I believe? Maybe Egyptian. Look at these same priests, secret mystic societies throughout. This is also Etruscan. Some wizard guy. What's with the long popo wizard hat? What? Why do you have the big skull? And then this is Egyptian, but like, what is that really? Is that encased in stone? Like, what is is that biogeology and not not something else. Like, is that a mud fossil? This is in Egypt. Like, this is Egypt. What is this guy? Interesting fella right there. Oh, there's Thoth. I don't know. Rhino's lions. Birdman. Got some grapes. Got some grape hair. Doing your thing. Alright, we just got a nude dude. And some ball and cape general dude. And he's like, yeah, what up, nude dude? You want to put on some clothes? He's like, no, I'm nude dude, bro. And these are the amazing rock-cut temple monasteries in Ethiopia. This is one of the windows. They're just very similar to the ones in India and China, actually, carved out of straight stones. This is Etruscan and could be through around Paul Cook's realm there. Definitely that red geopolymer layer in it. India. Once again, what are these weird faces? We got a fish dude, and even fish dude has his special bag. He's like, yo, girl, I got you that Gucci. I got that Gucci, girl. I got that Gucci and that pine cone, and I'm in my fish costume. And let's partay, all right? I got that Gucci bag. I don't know. Mount Nimru. Also in Turkey, a giant. Yeah, I'm making y'all laugh. All right, that's good. Nude dude, bro. It's the nude dude, bro. No good. All right. Well, better than the fish dude in his bag. Different type. See, the fish dude's bag is better than nude dude's bag. Anybody arguing that? I don't know. Mount Nimrud. Some more Etruscan or Iberian, maybe. So on top of this Turkish mountain, like, look at the size of these guys, and then there's a giant pyramid on top of the peak of the mountain behind it. And it is a perfect pyramid, and it is even acknowledged that it's a pyramid, yet there's zero excavations or stories of... There you go, this covered pyramid. It's been covered, just like Göbekli Tepe. What's actually going on up here? Because that's insane. Like, to build this up here, oh my god, like, it's just... And what's happening in the actual pyramid? That is what I want to know. We need some LiDAR on that. Like, look at this. Up in the winter. Look at how high up it is in the winter. Like, this is Turkey. This is the Mediterranean, Black Sea, warm area. Yeah, no, this pyramid is frozen top in the winters. So, it is high up. India, collecting water, like energy things. What are they? They're sacred. His purse, his wristwatch thing, energy thing, more Puma Punku. More Göbekli Tepe. Also in Turkey, also buried 12,000 years ago. This is in Mexico. This guy right here is a recognized... Oh, come on. Somewhere on the Silk Road. But an actual building of some sort that is decimated. I will have to go back and get the details. I forgot. These spooky caves, apparently, look at these. They were like claimed, is it the hangout of the Illuminati confirmed, the Knights Templar, that's the word I was looking for. and quite. I don't think any caves aren't now man-made. Like this whole layer, like Paul Cook is right. It is just a giant geopolymer layer that there is one built layer throughout. And do those long skulls still live down there? That's the real question, because we have to remember that this looks an awful lot like this. And this right here is the Hypogeum in Malta. And shout out to Paul in Malta. I hope Paul goes to the Hypogeum right here and checks it out. But it amplifies sound exponentially underground. It's a giant underground city. It's where the famous oracles used to live. And it's also where a bunch of school kids went missing. They found thousands of elongated skulls down here that went missing. And there's stories of robed up, shrieking, elongated skulled processions going through these tunnels as well. So is that what's happening at all these places? I don't know. Could be. Kind of scary. This place is also in Alberta. It's called Canada's Stonehenge. I also want to go there this year. But I desperately need your support and your donations. So please, if you can help this work continue. We are 3 hours and 21 minutes in. Wow, that's 321 right there. 321. Please, somebody super chat, or even better, if you can PayPal and support me. I am a broke ass, and it always helps. If you can't, no worries. Just like, subscribe, share. This is a cave in Illinois. Is it the Burroughs Cave? No. There's caves everywhere. I'm starting to think all caves were intelligently built. Here's another golden tablet from somewhere. This, I believe, could be the Brewer's Cave. This looks like a flying craft. This, like, it's a dragon. Oh, yeah, or a bird. Yeah, it's a flying craft in his little freaking bag powering it up. He's got his pod. He's podding out. He's in the pod. He's got his pod helmet on. He's podding. He's good. There's another one of them. Podding out. Like, come on, that's technology. There's no doubt about it. Here it is in Egypt as well. So just in case, on the opposite side of the world, this is their little flying device that represented by whoop. It's got energy around it, and they're controlling it, and they're flying. There's no other way about it. And the handbags have something to do with them powering their devices. And is it Flintstones meets the aliens in Samaria? I don't know. Could be. E.T. was already home? I don't know. But it's legit. And everywhere you go, what were they actually doing? Where'd the giants go? Where are they all flying? Where'd they all fly off to? Or did they portal underground? Are they below us? Are they above us? Or did we kill them all? Or did they die and turn to stone? I don't know. We will have to ask Stellium and Michael Tellinger and so many more. Is that a headdress? No, I believe that's an interdimensional suit. Burroughs Cave. Crespi collection. Somewhere in India. Somewhere in India. Somewhere in India. Somewhere from Mexico, also in the same flying device. Again. So that's 3 now. 3 flying device pods. Same thing showing. What's this? Robot dude. Some sort of ancient toy. Crazy. Pod guy. Another pod guy. Crispy pyramid with the ancient languages. Pod guy? Is this a technology? Is this instructions of some sort? I don't know. This guy got a big, long pod head. And he got the squinty eye, and he got the elongated head. And angry. No idea. That is this guy. I don't know. What do you think? Spaceship, submarine. This guy, like, come on, those are speakers on his ears. That's a helmet. That's a cockpit helmet. Like, there's no doubt about it. And that is some sort of Olmec. They say that's Olmec art. No, that is a guy that was a pilot. This is also Olmec jade, supposedly. Also Olmec is this basalt. Like, just it's absolutely nuts. And so these are some of the first sketches of the different Olmecs. Most of these ones have already been destroyed. The Jesuits decided to blow them up, or the Spanish. But lots of them have survived. And they are colossus in size, almost Titan. They're so large. And you can literally see every ethnicity in the world in them. But even more so, what appears to be what we would associate with African and Chinese Asiatic features. But really, they are from all over. But majority Southeast Asian African. Once again, what looks like this guy got blown up a bit, but he was probably also powering his craft. Like this guy. Oh no, this guy, that's a giant. That's a giant protecting its big head, baby. Giant protecting big head, baby. Oh no, this guy's crying because he lost the rest of his ship or his people. I'm not sure. Just fascinating runes. Like, these runes are so large. This is Mexico. Mexico seems just like Easter Island. Like, look at that. That's, oh my God, it's insane. The Olmec heads are just, they are truly colossus in size. And are some of them geopolymer? Are they actually highly crafted? Well, they're highly crafted regardless, but actually stone cut? Or are they molded? Or is it high technology cut and carved? It's truly mind-boggling, the size of them. All right, that's a big guy. That's another big guy. Like, what is this guy? Very interesting facial expressions. And is he a hockey player? Does he play in the NFL or the NHL? Oh, yes, please, S. That would be greatly appreciated. Oh, Telegram. I still need to figure out Telegram, and I still need to figure out Discord. I have them both. I did refigure out a new TikTok, though, and TikTok's already getting thousands of views, and I only have like 26 followers on my new TikTok. Just like Facebook, I've got almost 200 followers now on my newest Facebook thing, and I've got literally 50,000 views just on my shorts on each of the two Facebook accounts now. And we're actually streaming to 3 Facebook accounts, 3 Twitters, a Twitch, a Rumble, 2 YouTubes, and OdySee. That's the other one. Yes, we are. All right. We are 3 hours, 30 minutes, and 56 seconds. Let's continue, shall we? And shall I go to bed because it's 9:36 a.m. 9:36 a.m. I've been up for almost 23 hours at this point. I need to go to sleep. But you know, if you want to tip this guy or send him some PayPal or some super chats, maybe we will just keep on going. And look at that. Another giant buried Olmec head. How? What? Like, and in the jungle, another one. Like, yeah, they just decided to come craft them in the middle of nowhere. No, like, what happened? These things were prevalent everywhere. They're absolutely massive. The story we're told doesn't add up, and they claim they're at least thousands of years old. What's the real deal? These are speakers, like that's speakers, and like that is not a headdress. It's technology headdress, I believe. Technology, like, look at that. They're just so epic. They're Colossus, the Olmec Colossus. It's just the expressions. Did Medusa get them? Did they turn the stone when the sun came up? What the heck? It just, and there's so many. How are there so many? How are there so many? How are there so many? I just don't know how there's so many. Like, how are there so many? Can someone explain to me how they made so many of these colossus giant things that everybody found buried? And when are they going to start finding the bodies of them, just like they did in Easter Island, no doubt? That's what I think. I think they're missing the bodies. Because look at how low they had to go just to get Mr. Head Guy out. What is this guy doing? Very interesting. Oh, are we back to the cowboy guy? Is that where we started? Is this where we started? Did we finish the tour? Ah, here we go. The Mayans, the Olmecs, with clearly the light. That is a light on the helmet. There's no other way around it. They look Egyptian, yet simultaneously they look like miners. And I just, come on. What else is it? And this is it in the black and white. This is them. Okay, they aren't just doctored. They aren't just made anew. No, this is them from back in the day. And look at all of these Olmec and now we go the Rongo on Easter Island, looking pretty similar to these Olmec. Pretty similar to these massive Olmec. We have the Moai, the Rongo, and what like, and this is in Europe. A day. Oh, is that looking a little bit maybe alien-like, elongated skull-like? And these are star maps with the moon and the sun, and it's all astrology marking, and I know it for a fact, and that's what this is. These are calendars. These are astral archaeology. It's a lost art of astral technology and measuring the horizons with the equinoxes of the sun and the moons, and that is what this is. That's why they have these holes. That's why they do the alignments, to tell you where you are at what time and to collect the energy to be able to use it and do your travels, because you'd know how many days to go this way, how many days to go that way, and by the time you get to the next one, you know how many more moons you got. And that's what a lot of these dolmen megalithic structures truly are, and on the horizon measuring, of course. And that's could be what these guys were doing, trying to prevent the next great catastrophe. Oh, and just like that, we are done. My downloads for the day. Or my pictures from the day are no more. Let's see here. There we go. All right. 3 hours, 37 minutes, and 17 minutes. I'm ready for bed, but luckily for all of you, I was trying out new features today as I loaded this up, and yeah, we have been through everything, haven't we? My tardigrade space bear, the Science of Sound, the 50 plus different sacred pyramids, including Solomon's Temple and the Solomon Mines up in the Grand Canyon complexes there. Canada Stonehenge, the Lost Pyramids of Nasser Falls, the Bosnian Pyramids, the topographical maps and astral archaeology alignments of the Grand Canyon complex to Orion's Belt, and then on a larger scale of the Four Corners area, Isis Temple covered up. Oh, we got Malta Hypogeum, Isis Temple before it was covered up. So this is probably what in there looks like, and then they covered it up like that so you couldn't see this also being in there, because it just happens to line up like that, and then they have things like this going everywhere, but it's just a thing. So we're going here, and we're going here, and we're going to go here, and we're going to check it out with the drone, and we're going to have a good time, and we're going to be there for a couple of days, and we're going to explore, and hopefully we're going to find good, cool things, and hopefully we're going to find more than these. Hopefully we find some of these, and with some of these, hell yeah, get me them golden tablets, y'all. Piece right here.
What the heck was what?
Hey, thank you. Pardon the speaking over. We mumble a little bit, but it's pretty good. All in all, we worked the discussion pretty decent for 4 people trying to get crazy points across. There's myself, Gerald, Eric Hecker, and Dutch Sense. And this is where I get Dutch to open up about the Doppler radar and the ionization of the storm clouds and the plasma. And it's pretty epic. So, yeah, it's a 20-minute clip. And we'll end it at 4 hours. All right.
Wasn't much of a participation on my side, Dutch, since, to be honest. It was a very peculiar enlistment, which is worthy of other conversations. I learned a lot of weird stuff about what's going on in the world from my short time in the submarine service. But I wound up getting myself out, technically. So I don't need any.
You fake claustrophobia or something, right?
That's funny.
Yeah, no.
Okay, I remember what I wanted to ask.
There's a lot going on under the water that they're not telling us about. You're 1,000% correct. There was technologies that I saw in 1994 that they were apologizing to me for, saying, "Oh, it's an old boat. We have old tech. We're so sorry. We're going to get upfitted." And that was stuff that the rest of the world didn't see for 40 fucking years. Touch screens on phones and stuff. You think Steve Jobs invented that? Come on.
Mm-mm.
These everybody out there that's loaded gets handed everything. We pay for it with our tax dollars. Our research and development goes into some program, and then some buddy of some pal gets handed all the info, and then they become indebted to them. And that company now makes shitloads of money, and you think that the outfit that got them started can't dip into that? You think the CIA gets you all set up and then leaves you alone? Yeah, here's your billion.
I heard they never
dollars.
do.
Yeah, we're never going to touch any. You're never going to do anything for us.
You do everything for us, you mean?
So, Dutch, I wanted to bring up that you made several very interesting and fascinating discoveries over monitoring of these cycles, these energies, as well as the satellites and sensor information feeds over the years. One being the radar, sorry, forgive me, I'm a little tired. Which type of radar was it that causes the tornadoes and the toroidal spinning, as well as all these energy laser beam blasts as well? Oh, Michael, there you go. You're muted.
Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Let me get this can of worms and let me open it up. We've got so much that we could talk about when it comes to this. I could go on for 3 hours. This is where I got into all the trouble. This is where I got my channels shut down. This is where this was the forbidden topic, which is directed energy weapons. It was said to not exist. It was said to be a conspiracy. It was said it couldn't happen. It said it couldn't be done. And I understand.
Wait, pause for 1 sec. Pause for 1 sec. So, because this could get us shut down, and since Zertis isn't here and Campbell left, I'm going to shut down on both of his channels, and we will just be live on my 2 remaining channels. So I will post the links on that and fully continue aspect of it.
The forbidden word, man. The forbidden word. The H word.
Yeah.
Do not say it. It's like Voldemort, but HARP. So now I'm not blaming HARP. HARP is just the go-to word that everybody talks about. Again, HARP is the High Frequency Active Aurora Research Program up in Alaska, does ionospheric research, and it can heat little pockets in the atmosphere and ionosphere up above HARP. It's not controlling your mind in Australia, and it's not fracturing the earth in Turkey. Okay, we can rule those things out for HARP, I think, personally. But what I found, this goes back to 2011, and I noticed this quite by accident. This actually started on New Year's Eve of 2010 going into 2011. On New Year's Eve, thousands of animals fell out of the sky. Thousands of birds fell out of the sky in Greenbrier, BB, Arkansas. And they exploded from the inside. They were cooked. They tried to blame it on fireworks at first, but it turns out there was no fireworks done in the area for New Year's. And this is in a rural area in Greenbrier, BB, where they're doing a lot of oil and gas drilling. So I was thinking it could have been something to do with maybe an oil and gas release, maybe some kind of toxic chemical made its way out and the birds inhaled it or something and exploded the birds, burned them inside. I don't know. And within a couple days of that happening, of the birds falling out of the sky, and it was like 10,000 birds. It wasn't just a couple. It was whole towns were covered in birds, guys. It was a lot. And within a couple days, a series of thousands of earthquakes then hit at Greenbrier, BB, Arkansas, right next to where the birds turned up dead on New Year's Eve. So I got a little suspicious or whatever, and I decided to go see if there was any weird weather in the area that could justify all the birds somehow exploding internally, and also explain the earthquakes. Maybe you could find something going on with earthquakes there, could explain maybe a gas release from the hydrogen sulfide or something coming out of the ground that kill all the birds. So I go to the radar and I go look at Greenbrier, and coming out of the area just north of Greenbrier, BB, Arkansas, right at the NEXRAD radar station, the NEXRAD radar station is pulsing in bright red. It looks like a giant red storm over 500 square miles. It's the whole radar pulsing in a giant ring at once, instead of a beam going around, instead of the rotating dish like you would see from a NEXRAD radar going around. This was one giant pulse coming up from the center of the dish and going out to the perimeter of the radar station, 500 square miles in all directions.
It looked like a flower when it was going
giant
up.
Red signature, looked like a storm. And I made a video on it and put it out. People said I was faking it. They said I must be photoshopping it. And I was like, what? I'm like, here's the link, dude. And they came back and said, no, you're not faking it. You're actually just seeing a switch between clear air mode and precipitation mode. It's nothing. And I said, no, this is staying in precipitation mode the whole time. I'm sorry, it's staying in clear air mode the whole time. They're pulsing this thing, but it's going out all at once. I don't understand how this is happening, because we're talking about a dish that goes around inside of the NEXRAD. It's a microwave dish. Well, what I found out, long story short, within 72 hours of me making that video, a tornado formed and went and hit the center of the transmitter where the pulse came from originally. So birds die. Pulse, I go to check the day later, and there's this pulse happening.
Tornadoes,
there's earthquakes happening there, and then the tornado forms and hits the center of the transmitter.
Tornadoes.
Now, that happened about 1,500 more times at every radar station across the entire country, including Hawaii and Puerto Rico. The earthquakes, the animal deaths, the pulses, and the storm hitting the center of the pulse within 72 hours. Now, what's going on there with the pulse, I found out this has to do with tuning of the klystron, which is a very complex term. The klystron is a tube that's in there that's powering the radar. It's amping up the power, basically, from a little bit of power. When you read the NEXRAD description for the weather radar, it tells you they're using 7 clothing irons worth of power. What a description, right? For the housewives who are reading, I guess that's going to make sense. 7 clothing irons worth of power going in, and then they, quote unquote, well, they don't say that, zap it up, but the klystron zaps it up in a chamber of its own, a separate resonance chamber that increases the power up to 750,000 watts of peak transmission power from the klystron tube. And I found a training video from the National Weather Service last month about how to tune the klystron tube and what frequencies are producing this giant pulse that I'm seeing, that I was seeing and we still see. And it turns out that the NEXRAD pulses when they're tuning the klystron in megahertz, not gigahertz. Now, this matters. This ties in with HARP. This is how NEXRAD radar rings got the term SLAME HARP rings, because HARP is operating 0 to 10 megahertz at the most, up to 10 megahertz, but they can go lower. HARP can go lower down in say, single megahertz. And NEXRAD is pulsing up to 19 megahertz. Different methods for tuning the klystron depending on which tube you get from who makes the tube. Apparently, there's different levels, and it's like 17 megahertz or 19 megahertz. And in the training video, it goes over right down to the very fine points. And in the training video, they say their goal is to create the most output. The guy starts out in the National Weather Service training video. The goal is to achieve the peak power output of 750,000 watts. So what they're doing is they're pulsing. The big pulse, not the beam, but just a big, huge red pulse, is high frequency pulsing. And they're turning the dish all the way up to its highest tilt Instead of pointing out like this, going around and around, or like this, it tilted as high as they can get it to get it out as far as it can reach. And the whole dish turns into a high frequency antenna when the klystron is put into its calibration phase, how to calibrate the klystron. And what happens is the NexRad dish is as wide as a high frequency antenna would be in your backyard. If you're doing high frequency, a 19 megahertz transmission in your backyard with a shortwave radio, but it's 750,000 watts and it vibrates. And I found, and this is my own findings on HAARP, they found that, this isn't my findings. I mean, I found the findings from HAARP where they found that the resonance vibrates back and forth for up to 3 days from HAARP up in Alaska with 1 billion watts. So this is more like 1 million watts. So it's 1 million times less powerful than HAARP. But the NexRad radar only has to cover a few hundred square miles around the transmitter where the next one picks up. And it turns out they overlap the stations perfectly. And then we can get into Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Bearden and scalar and what happens when you cross beams and scalar. Scalar when we get into CERN. CERN's doing scalar. CERN over in Switzerland is taking banks of these klystrons, and they'll take a small particle of iron that they strip off like you do with your monoatomic gold. They will strip off a particle of iron. A company does this for them and presents it to them already. They don't do this at CERN. They get basically a version of that, but it's in a powder form. And they shoot a small, tiny particle of iron or whatever using microwaves. Banks of klystrons, hundreds of klystrons hooked up in daisy chain to one another, where they put in a little power, and out the other end comes picowatts, which is an insane amount of energy. And then they have 2 banks of these. One beam goes one way around klystron, or the klystron beam goes one way around CERN this way. The other beam is going this way, and they collide. And where they collide, that's the scalar. And they call it the scalar Higgs boson that they're studying, where they collide the beams and shoot particles together. Same thing's done with the NexRad. But it's over a vast distance, and it's only 1 million watts, so it creates a tornado instead of ripping the Earth apart.
Yeah, they use electromagnetic resonance when they're doing that. Those cross frequencies are like
look for this, guys. Look for the radar stations to go into pulse mode. All you have to do is look at the non-quality control feed from the NexRad, and they censor these out, by the way. They take out the pulses, so you don't see them because they call them anomalies. Quality control, they call it. I'm sorry. Quality control, got to take it out. But if you look for the pulse, watch for the storm to hit within 72 hours. Hail, severe wind, damaging. The Weldon Springs NexRad radar here in St. Louis has been wind hit 100 times since I've been watching. 105. And the tornado forms and hits the center of the transmitter in the National Weather Service office when they don't misdirect it. And they can totally control it now. So they can stop the tornado as much as they can start it. But do they? No, usually don't. I've seen that they let it hit the National Weather Service office because they don't want to admit that they're causing the rotation to begin with to come into the center of the rotating transmitter that's transmitting 750,000. Anyway, that's called HAARP rings.
Because
I got in big trouble for talking about it.
Wouldn't be a conspiracy anymore.
Guess who manages
and
the NexRad?
It's why you will always...
The U.S. Army. U.S. Army replaces all the components in your NexRad, and the U.S. Air Force. At the Air Force Base, it's the Air Force guys. But it's the military. They maintain all the NexRads across the country because it's part of the WSR-88, Ronald Reagan's missile defense system from 1988, when they rolled out the NexRad radar in 88. It wasn't just coincidence. It's freaking Ronald Reagan missile defense, baby. We're shooting down that stuff as fast as we can with the scalar. And so...
Have you considered you were observed directed energy weapons warfare?
The DWO. The Directed Energy Weapons Warfare Office, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, I'm saying what you witnessed. Have you considered that you were simply observing directed energy weapons warfare?
Oh yeah, definitely. It could even be that our radar stations.
It's a battle. That's they're fighting each other. There's people fighting each other with directed energy weapons.
There could be a third party up above punking our radar. I've proposed this, that it might not be us causing the tornado to come to our transmitter at all. That it could be either from an outside source or even on the ground, somebody punking our radar, giving it too much energy in the electromagnetic field, doing the same thing, but from like hitting our radar with it. And then that causes a tornado to form and it comes in and hits us. It could be that too. Yeah, it definitely could be. It could also be in space. Yeah.
I'm obligated to inform you because of the dates that you threw out there and your question. You threw out that you said December to January 2010 to 2011, correct? I was at the South Pole Station and we were commissioning the Ice Cube neutrino detector from construction to operations and maintenance. We, if you check the dates for Christchurch and the earthquakes that happened then, we did that. You're talking about these systems. This is what I'm disclosing. The Ice Cube neutrino detector also transmits. It is the world's largest phased array transmitter. It is a directed energy weapons system. My crew caused the earthquakes in Christchurch because it was the first time they were firing it and they were attempting to do something and they messed up. So they corrected fire. I don't doubt that the systems that you're talking about weren't hot and ready for us to do what we had to do. I'm certain everybody in that environment was paying attention to everything to get it dialed in correctly. If BurnEye wants to go to my website in the archive section, he can pull up my DOM document, which is my evidence from the university, basically the manufacturer's specifications for the Ice Cube neutrino detector state that each of the 5,160 DOMs, each one of those DOMs can transmit at up to 2,047 volts AC.
I'm sitting here, I'm breaking out in slight sweat. Hold on.
I'm trying to find people that understand what I'm saying, but most people I talk to about this,
I know. This man right here fully understands what you're saying.
Wow.
So, Eric,
you're
you
talking
want to get a
interferometry
private chat to your website?
Oh, I'm full screen somehow.
Pull this up.
Did I click a button? I must have clicked a button. I think I'm full screen.
No, I did. I highlighted you.
Oh, okay. I'm like having a mind-blowing moment here. Like he's telling me, I'm like amazing. Wow.
So what you're saying is that's mass scale interferometry directed.
I imagine I'm not as technical, but I gather I can extrapolate what you're getting at. Yes, they can basically take a signal and like move it around, increase it, do it direction. Yeah. But regardless, just like we know from Tesla and scalar waves, I mean, once you turn this thing on, it impacts the entire planet instantly. If they want to do that. I mean, that's the other thing about directed energy weapons is that we have to really rearrange how our minds work. We think about a weapon like a gun with a bullet in it and a particular caliber. And we're like, oh, it's a gun. What bullet does it shoot? Well, directed energy weapons aren't limited to a bullet. They can do all kinds of things.
Yep. They can change your...
Guys, we have to have a whole show just on this. I think we should do a whole show just on this topic at some point very soon here. Sure. I mean, like, because
dude, Jeremy Reese, the alien scientist. This is exactly the technical group.
Said this week,
we will have the uber nerd out of nerdouts that connects all these great minds that understand these things and that have been working on it and experiencing it, and documenting it all, and bringing it together.
Absolutely.
Oh my! Just like that, that clip is over. Good thing I'm here. All right, so pretty tired. It is 10:04 a.m. We are 3 hours, 58 minutes, and 57 seconds in. That means we're getting to the 4-hour mark exactly on the dot. Yet we will do a couple more little shorts here, keeping it on this topic right here, the alternative history. What's going on in the Grand Canyon? They're hiding Isis Temple. They're hiding the wall. They're hiding the archaeoastrology aspects. They're hiding it all behind that wall. And it's all right in there. And yeah, so We want to play this little clip.
Wires that are going, between phone poles. But on many of these phone poles that are clearly, there's high definition picture of them, and you can see wire, and there it is. You can see, right? Okay, the nodes. Now,
I'm so stoked you're bringing this up right now because I was thinking it when I saw. Yes, please go on about it. I believe this is mid 18 or 1850, 1880 in Russia area, so actual Tartar area. And now I'm going to shut up and please explain it.
Okay, you can see there's wire below it, right?
All of these cube fractal array going up above it with no...
Right. Where are the wires coming off of it? Exactly. Yeah. Where are the wires coming off of it? There are no wires on it. And this is all over the world. I'm seeing these in New York, all over the place. And people have just it's just something you wouldn't really think to look at. It's something that you would just assume is there, but it isn't because there's wires that are clearly visible down below. These are some kind of nodes. Now, they look like they're ceramic nodes of some kind. And ceramic was used to insulate electricity. In all these old houses, you'll find these ceramic nodes that go through your wood and stuff. And they'll drill a hole and stick a whole piece of ceramic through it. Anyway, these have to be wireless, guys. There's no wires on them, and they're all over the world. And they're transmitting. It looks like they're transmitting one to the other, relaying some kind of signal, some kind.
Yeah, I found these on the walls in San Francisco when I was doing a dive into one of the photo albums. They were literally connected to the building.
They're just like mini radar antenna array, essentially. That's it. Wireless radar array. You look at
gotta be wireless power, guys.
And
there's wires going into the bottom.
Radar tracking setup things that it's exactly looks like these things.
They've got some wires going into the bottom there.
Yeah. Wires are going into the bottom. Maybe that's it's so odd because these are all over the place. There's no wires on them. They're not lights.
And it's is it pulling each one here? So you got a ground on each one.
It's pointing to the church.
Oops. Hear me? Am I muted? Yeah, so can you guys hear me now? Am I unmuted or muted?
I hear you.
Yeah,
all good.
Okay. So these top ones on every pole, it's electricity off of the wires and pulling current down. Or the drones going up that Mazda Plasma Channel have done, pulling down voltage out of it from the differential. That what these would be are a fractal antenna for harvesting the atmospheric voltage at a lower height, like probably the bare minimum, but multiplied fractal the amount of them, the fractal array of it.
Oh dear, just breaking up there, eh?
You're cutting out a lot there, Bernie.
Yeah, hey, I'm glad you said that.
Structures of whatever they are.
All right, Bernie, are you talking about the electrostatic potential that goes up 100 volts every meter? Is that what you're referring to? Harvesting?
Exactly what we're talking about. 100% Stellium. And Matthew Rife on Rife Technologies, him and his partner Hunter, on Friday's video they uploaded on their channel, them replicating where they had their drone take up a Rife star coil, I think it was 1,000 feet into the air, and then getting a few volts. I forget the exact amount because I'm tired right now, but we played it on an episode yesterday. We're going to have Matthew on again in a couple days, go over it all over again. Or maybe we won't. But that's an old clip, so it's a story for another day. But here's our Brucey bonus. old world maps, and yes, Antarctica. They knew about her long before. They claim to have discovered it in the 1700s, I believe, or 1600s. But here she is in the 1500s, and it was attached to Australia back then, those pre-reset times. And these ley line maps are something else too. It's very, very fascinating. Starfort world. There's Antarctic ice realm, or Australia, Antarctica realm maps. Everywhere is a Star City map. Like you're a battery no matter where you go. Inner Earth up north sort of deal. Giants everywhere. Golden tablets that look like today's cell phone tablets, and maps that say Tartaria, maps that connect Australia to Antarctica, yet neither were supposed to exist back then. How is that possible? Oh, well, it's because they lied to us. And here are the maps that prove it all. They prove that they lied, and that they lied, and that they lied, and that they lied some more, and that all they did was lie, and they indoctrinated us in school, and they lied some more, and you have some frickin' pyramids in Antarctica, and I'm getting pretty darn tired here. So on that note, there'll be some videos that are already edited and premiering tonight and tomorrow. And on May 17th, coming up, Walter Bosley, Joseph P. Farrell, alien scientist, and myself, going to be absolutely epic. I've got Nick Cook coming up this month. I've got Ben Analog, waking up with the Archivist Analog next Wednesday. Shout out Jay Cool and JJ. Let's see. There should be another Shem and Luke together, myself, coming up. And there's more Apex stuff. Another Real Science this Friday. Tonight, also, it'll probably be Think Tank with Zertis, 6 p.m. Mountain Time, 5 Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern. Think Tank. We'll be multi-streaming it, and we will see you there. And that is why we shout out and leave it on the note of Zertis and Think Tank. Boom. It's a Think Tank today, and we will see you back here then. You know it, Stuart. You know it. What's he talking about, son of a bitch?